Hey everybody, how's it going? This is Seth Kniep, Keeping It Real. I'm very honored to be here today. No matter where you are in this world, I want you to prepare yourself for a ton of content today, because today we're going to talk about how to build a fortune by investing in Amazon businesses. Give me just 1 second. I'm going to share some slides with you as we go. We are going to jump right in. How is everybody doing today? Hey Karen, good to see you. Hey Alex, how are you? Great to see you. How are you guys doing? I would love, really quick guys, before I jump in, could everyone just tell me, chat in the chat box, either on Zoom or on YouTube, where are you located right now? What part of this world are you in? Utah, okay? Very cool. What's up, Tyler Davis? Greece, Miami, Chicago, very cool. France, Connecticut, Arkansas, London, Ukraine, Tokyo, Saudi Arabia. This is so cool. Okay, I can't keep up. Vancouver Island, London, Argentina, Provo, Utah, Georgia, Panama, Pakistan. Okay, so this is truly a worldwide audience, which is so exciting, you guys. When I started Just One Dime, I never tried to make it like international. I just started teaching, and all of a sudden we had this huge international community. And so it is so cool to see AMZScout doing that as well. And a huge thank you to AMZScout for letting me be here today to bring you guys some content. Okay, give me just 1 second. I'm going to share my screen and I want you guys to see what I see. Just give me one moment. All right, here we go. You guys should be able to see that. Move my speaker notes and going into full screen. One second, guys. Sorry about that. There we go. Okay, awesome. All right, can you guys see my screen? This is a picture from last week. I was in Breckenridge, Colorado with my sons. We went on a really cool 1 week adventure hiking into the mountains after we recovered from COVID. And it hit us hard, but we recovered, and I'm so happy to be healthy and alive here today. Lots of vitamin C, lots of water, lots of rest, and we got better. All right, well, my name is Seth Kniep, Keeping It Real. That phrase, Keeping It Real, came from one of my subordinates when I worked at Apple, who said, here goes Seth, Keeping It Real, because we would have these meetings, and there was a lot of political BS that would go on in those meetings. And so I would just say, well, guys, what about this? And someone made that comment, and so it kind of stuck. Today, I'm going to teach you how to build a fortune investing in Amazon businesses. And the way I'm going to teach you is I'm going to show you what I did from day one, from completely broke to where we are as a team, headquartered in Austin, Texas, with over 30 staff today, and the process we took to get there as I teach you how to do it. My team and I generated 10 million in the last 90 days. I do not say that because I think I'm the smartest person in the room. I don't think that I discovered some hidden secret to building wealth, nor do I think I was lucky. We made 10 million in the last 3 months because we invest in Amazon stores. And I'm not talking about Amazon stocks. I'm talking about third-party Amazon stores. And today, I'm going to show you exactly how you can do the same. I was leading a virtual team meeting for Apple, and this all started about 8 years ago when my phone rang. So I glanced at my phone, and it was my wife. And I'm working from home for Apple, and so I silenced my phone, and I thought I can just call her back later. So I continued to answer questions for my team of 25 iOS experts for Amazon AppleCare that I managed. And then my phone lit up, and it was KK again. And I thought, why does she keep calling me? She knows I'm working. And so this time I looked at my phone. I decided, oh, I'm just going to ignore it. I put it down and I continued to teach. Then my phone lit up again, but this time it was a text. And I thought, okay, something's not right. She's never this relentless. But then it stopped. And then I thought, okay, now I can focus. She's done. So then again, my phone lit up and I thought, okay, something's wrong here. So I excused myself from the meeting, turned off my mic and camera. I picked up my phone and I read the text that no man wants to get from his wife, which said, Seth, I'm standing at the checkout counter at the grocery store. Our debit card got declined again, and there's a line of 15 people behind me. Little did I know, this was just the beginning of a series of little moments that would make war on my identity as a husband, as a father, as a man. Like the moment when the only house we ever owned went into foreclosure. Like the moment I realized that I work for the richest company in the world, and yet I'm $24,000 in debt. Like the moment when my manager shamed me in front of my own subordinate for doing exactly as I was told. Like the moment when my 11-year-old daughter said, "Pop, you look sad." And I fled into my bedroom and I just cried. And like the moment when my wife looked at me and said, "I don't know if I love you anymore." My life was literally falling apart before my eyes. It felt, just breathing felt like drinking broken glass. And people would ask me how I'm doing, and I'd laugh and say, "Well, I'm broke." And of course, they took that as my bank account looks like a candy shop after Halloween. But I knew it meant I'm not just broke in the bank, I'm broken on the inside. Now, I don't remember what day of the week it was. I just know it was sometime in 2013. I was driving in our beat up minivan. I got into the drive-thru at a Starbucks, diligently using every raise I got at Apple to fund my caffeine addiction to suppress my misery. Such a fantastic wealth building plan. And I looked at the coin tray and I noticed a dime nestled among the other coins. And so I picked it up and I thought, this is the smallest American coin for its worth. It's just 10 cents. No, that's a dumb idea. What if I doubled that until it became $100,000? I mean, just think of what I could do with $100,000. I could pay off my credit card. I could pay off my car. I could take my wife to a really nice dinner. I could pay off a huge chunk of my house mortgage, maybe even start a business. And so I grabbed my phone and I just started typing in 0.1 times 2 times 2 times 2. And after 20 times 2s, the number on my phone read 104,857,000.60. And I thought, no, that's impossible. Are you telling me if I double a dime 20 times, it becomes over $100,000? So I did it again. Yep, 104,857.60 cents. And that is when I decided I'm going to do this. Even if I fail, I'm going to do this. And so I set out. My son, EJ, who was 11 at the time, followed me around with an iPod and recorded me walking up to random people on the street and business owners, asking them a very simple question. How many times do you think I would have to double a dime to reach 100,000? And they'd say 2,000 times or 10,000 times. And I would say, nope, just 20. And they'd say, no way. And I said, yeah, in fact, that's what I'm doing right now. Will you help me? And they would say, well, what do I need to do? And I would say, I'm on a mission to double this dime 20 times until it is $100,000 so that I can build a new life for my family. And through this, I want to motivate others. Some people said no, other people laughed, and some people actually doubled it all the way to $400. I had to round it up to a 10 to make it easy at some point. So I could say, like, here's a 10 and they give me another 10, or here's a 20 and they give me 20 more. Somewhere along the way, a friend told me about Amazon FBA. Are you telling me, I would say to him, that when I buy a product from Amazon, most of the time that product is from a third-party business owner selling their own products on the Amazon platform? And he would say, yep. And I would say, okay, so Amazon's shipping it, but it's not really from Amazon, it's from an independent business owner. And he said, exactly. And so I looked at my 400 long and hard, and I thought, this is my chance. A chance where I could lose hours and hours of labor or grow it into something beyond my imagination. So I took my precious 400 and I invested it into my first private label Amazon product, cremation urns. The urns did better than I expected. They climbed to 10 sales a day, which was huge money to me at that time. I took the profits from that. I had reinvested the money to buy more urns. And as my sales grew, I took those leftover profits and I saved up for my second product. And as my sales grew, so did my hope. And I slowly began to realize this is going to work. One particular product, the Cash Cannon, we were the first company or the first brand to have Cash Cannon on Amazon, did a revenue of over $20,000 a month. When I started making double what Apple paid me, that's when I put in my resignation. and I set out to do this full time. I blew past the $100,000 mark and into multi-millions selling products on Amazon. And then people started asking me to show them how I did it. So one day our neighbor sent me a text. She lived right down the street in Pflugerville, Texas. And she said, "Hey, Seth, this is Christina. Could you help me start selling on Amazon? I do eyelashes for ladies. Maybe there's some kind of niche for me." And so we invited her over, sat down at her dining room table, and I began to mentor her. A few weeks later, 2 of my sisters asked me for help. A few days later, someone I met at the grocery store asked me if I could show them how to sell on Amazon. And before I realized it, all my time was eaten up doing one-to-one coaching. So one day I approached my other son, Josiah, who was 14 at the time, and I said, "Look, would you like to start a coaching business with me?" And he goes, "How much does it pay?" I said, "Well, I don't got much money yet from it. In fact, I don't have any, but I'll give you 10%. And he's like, "Sure." And so we drove to Dominican Joe's, which is a coffee shop. This is like a 24-hour hotspot for late night study college students. We sat down at a table and we refused to leave until we had built a scalable model for launching a coaching business. A month later, we launched our first coaching course and over 200 people joined within the first 3 days. So now I have these Amazon stores, then I have this coaching company, and things started to grow. Just one dime took on a life of its own. In 2018, we put on our first large-scale business conference. Over 500 people showed up right here or right there in Las Vegas for the Just One Dime Summit. Some of the speakers here at this event were at that conference, Dan Rogers being one of them, who was with you yesterday. A few weeks later, I get a call from Amazon. "Hey, Seth, we'd like to invite you to an exclusive meeting with only 9 other Amazon sellers to talk about how we can improve the platform for third-party sellers." Amazon flew my family to Seattle, and I spent a full day behind closed doors consulting with Amazon. A few months later, I received an email from someone high up in the BMW corporate office. "Hey, Seth, we want to talk to you and your team about scaling all of our merch products on Amazon. We're really struggling." A few months later, a representative of a clothing factory approached me and asked me if we could meet with Forever 21 to discuss their online sales and present a proposal for how they should build out that online store. At that time, they were looking into vendor selling. We were saying, "No, you need to do third party." A few months after that, I received a LinkedIn message from one of the owners of one of the businesses invested in by Kevin Harrington from Shark Tank TV show. And he said, "Seth, can your team help us get our products into Amazon and start scaling because we're really struggling?" Some people just don't have the time to build an entire Amazon business. And this is when I began to realize there's only so much time in the day, and we can continue to train people, which we have, but some people would rather you do it for them. And so as my team grew and began to help other brands and businesses, it suddenly hit me, we got to change our model. There's a lot of business owners, private investors, as well as name brands who would like us to do the work for them. They have the money, but they don't have the time or want to go through the hassle of learning how to sell on Amazon. And they cannot stand the thought of forgoing this unprecedented growth unseen in any time of history like Amazon has shown us. And that is when we decided to launch Done For You by Just One Dime. There are 3 reasons I'm convinced that owning an Amazon store is the single greatest investment of the 21st century. Now, there could be arguments for and against this. I'm sure there's plenty, but I'm going to give you guys my 3 reasons why I believe there is nothing like this right now in the history of economy as we know it. First of all, e-commerce is taking over global trade, and this is not an understatement, as you know. By e-commerce, I mean online buying and selling. And here's what's key. This is not a trend. This is not just like the newest thing on the block. This is the future. A key element to knowing if a new business opportunity will continue to rise without crashing is by looking at the infrastructure that it is based on. E-commerce's infrastructure depends on something that is not going away, the internet. Now, countless business opportunities of past decades depended on an unstable infrastructure. And that is why they rose and then they crashed. For example, the dot-com boom from 1995 to 2001 depended on unrealistically positive expectations of investors about the future of internet and technology companies. And it resulted in wiping out a total of $5 trillion in stock value by 2002 since its peak. The real estate boom of the late 90s and early 2000s depended on loose lending, huge cash infusions, government policy, none of which were sustainable. And it resulted in almost 10 million people losing their homes between 2006 and 2014. But e-commerce today does not depend on bloated views about the future of a market. How do I know this? Because the growth is steady. A lot of people think online growth is like this right now. It's not true. It is not spiking. It is growing steady. It's actually slower than most people realize, and that is a good sign. In fact, extremely fast growth always spells danger for an economy, because when growth of investments outgrows real profits, it reaches a point called a bubble where it explodes, and then prices crash. People who invested millions are left with nothing. An investment of 100,000 yesterday has become an absolute zero today. So e-commerce, the e-commerce of today does not reflect the dot-com boom or the real estate boom of the early 2000s and the late 90s. Second reason I believe this is the greatest investment opportunity is e-commerce growth has only just begun. In 2020, online sales grew by 44%. In the same year, globally, over 1 trillion in USD revenue moved from brick and mortar stores to online shops. This is unprecedented by history. If I'm really honest with you guys, I don't think anyone in this room, myself included, really understands how significant this is. It's almost mind-blowing. Now, there's something else, though, that our team here at Just One Dime, headquartered in Austin, Texas, finds even more fascinating. Just yesterday, I pulled up the US Census Bureau, and you can go there right now and check this out. If you look at the US Census Bureau, for all retail sales in the US, in the second quarter of this year, I'm going to ask you guys this question. What percentage of those were from online sales versus brick and mortar, do you think? What percentage were online sales versus brick and mortar? Only 13.3%. Put it another way, according to the US Census Bureau, of the total US retail sales of the second quarter of this year, only 13.3% of those sales were online. This is unbelievable. Like, only 13.3%? Yes. You can go look it up. E-commerce's takeover of trade has only just begun. We feel it. We all feel it. Like, man, after COVID, everyone's buying online. It's just happening. Amazon stores are growing. It's great, but still only 13.3%. Yeah. And if you still have doubts, then let me explain it this way. Or someone please explain this to me. Why did Thracia raise 1.7 billion and spend over 150 million buying up Amazon stores as of this last January? Why are these companies, there are bankers leaving banks and buying Amazon stores? Why is that? Why do they want to own their own Amazon store? Why did Berlin Brands Group raise 1.2 billion and purchase 14 private label brands on Amazon and 70 e-commerce stores? Why did Perch raise 908.8 million and buy up 70 private label brands on Amazon? Because they know where the market is headed. Owning an Amazon store. There's a huge thing happening. I really want, through this training, you guys to open your eyes and see this is bigger than just Amazon FBA, okay? There is a trend happening in the world that is unprecedented. Bankers, investors, private equity firms, they are shifting to buy Amazon stores. This is where the future is going. There's a reason it's happening, and they're doing it quietly. But I'm watching, and I can see every second of it. Number 3 reason I believe owning an Amazon store is one of the best investment of the 21st century is Amazon is responsible for close to half of all US online sales. Now, let me just put it this way. More than 20 million websites offer products for sale today. Yet half of all online sales go to one online store, and that is Amazon. According to Statista, by the end of this year, Amazon will have accounted for 50% or more of all online sales in the US. Now, someone's always going to say, yeah, but what if Amazon crashes? Well, for the last 15 years, Amazon's revenue has grown by 20% or more every year. 15 years, guys. Like we're talking, the stock market's done this and Amazon has continued to do this for 15 years. Well, yeah, but what if they get hit by another market crash? Well, they've already had 3 opportunities to go under. They survived the dot-com boom and bust of 1995 to 2001. They survived the housing crash of 2006 to 2008. They survived the pandemic of 2020. In fact, they didn't just survive it. In 2019, they did $281 billion. In 2020, the year the pandemic hit us, they did $386 billion. So the pandemic grew, it expanded their sales by over $1 billion in a year. They grew not by 20% this time, but by 37% compared to previous years from 2018 to 2019. So with all this information, my simple question is this: do you want my team to build an Amazon business for you? This is what we have been focusing on tremendously over the last 12 months. And in spite of the pandemic, in spite of shipping prices, raw materials, all these things, our team continues to trudge forward because, and here's the cool part, when we do this for an investor, the investor owns the Amazon store, it is their store. So what's different between Just One Dime and all these other companies is we're not buying the store, we're doing the hard work, we're freaking building the store, but the investor still owns the store. Now, let me explain how it works. Done For You by Just One Dime is a turnkey service for investors with capital who want to make their money work for them with strong returns. So what our team does is it turns your investment into a full-blown business on Amazon, which we manage end to end, making it a passive investment for you. Here's what we will do. Using our 50 plus years of combined experience, and by 50 plus, because people ask, well, Seth, Amazon hasn't been around for 50 years doing third-party sellers. So let me explain. Between my experience, almost 10 years, and all of our brand builders and our team's experience, our entire companies, we have over 30 staff. We're located in Austin, Texas. We have 3 teams. We have a warehouse in China. We have a warehouse in Oklahoma. We have a warehouse in New Jersey. Like our entire team, it's 50 plus years combined to grow your brand into monthly cash flow with the option for a 10 to 30 time exit within a few years. In other words, you can sell the business if you want. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. So Done For You might make sense for you if, for example, you have capital, but you don't want to deal with the hassle and the time of growing your own Amazon business. Or you'd rather invest in a team who's been doing this for years, generating millions in sales on Amazon. Or you want to capitalize on the fast growing buyer base on Amazon, as we just discussed, but don't have the time to learn the ecosystem. Or you are looking for an investment with a massive exit opportunity. You're like, Seth, this is great. Give me a few years, and then I just want to exit, sell it, use that to retire for college funds, for my hobby, whatever I would like to do. Or you want to diversify your investments on an opportunity that can bring you 20 to 30% annual returns, and that's a very conservative number. Or you would love for a professional team to build the Amazon store for you, find the products, negotiate with suppliers, create the listings, and grow your own personal e-commerce brand. So the way it works is really simple. You invest, we build, together we make money. Here's who we are looking for, because the majority of people we do not accept who apply for this opportunity. Number one, investors who are fun to work with. I don't like a-holes and jerks. I like nice people. So I really work with nice people. People who are interested in long-term growth, not short-term growth. People who have capital to scale, and people who want to become part of the Just One Dime investor network. A lot of people said, Seth, what's your long-term goal? Where do you want to be, 2 decades from now? Where we would love to be is have an investor of networks where we can do other business opportunities with them as we grow and scale together and impact the world in a powerful way. And we have a lot of ideas on that I can't get into right now, but will in the future. Our long-term goal is that this relationship flourishes into future opportunities to build businesses, invest, and impact the world with you, a world that is hurting a lot right now. The upfront investment minimum is $60,000. So if you're like, hey, I want to buy a course, that is a different level. We're talking about investors, and that $60,000, it covers the service fee for us doing all the work, plus up to 3 products. So you're looking at a minimum of $60,000 just for us to get in the door. And it could cover 1 product, could cover 2, could cover 3, depends on the product. And a 15% revenue share, which means on a sliding scale, so we don't make a revenue share unless you reach a minimum of profit margin on the sale. You have to at least be 30% profit margin in order for us to get 15%. In other words, you'll always make the same or more money than we do on the store. This is just one example of a new store that we launched and scaled. Here's another one, 500,000. We scaled this one really, really fast. And here is where you can apply. You can go to jod.com/DFY, or you can click on this QR code right here. Let me go back. So jod.com/DFY, you have to fill out an application. Once you fill it out, our team looks at it, we get back to you. If the application's approved, then you have a chance to meet with one of our team members. Once you have that meeting, then you have the chance to go and meet with our brand builder team, and then you might be accepted into the program and we begin going to work. So you have jod.com/DFY. It stands for justonedime.com/DFY, done for you. And then also you have this QR code here where you can just scan that as well. One more thing, and then we're going to go straight to Q&A. We have offered with AMZScout, partnering with them on this, a truncated sheet of how to find extremely profitable products on Amazon. You guys see the sheet, it's beautiful. It's this huge bonus. It gives you all the main keys, the criteria you need for finding profitable products. It is technically the exact same qualifications we use when building Amazon stores for investors, except we're doing it at a higher scale because we have full teams doing this. So just to give you a quick overview, you get the Pro extension, AMZScout seller course, 1,000 exclusive Amazon products, 12 monthly trend reports, product database, product tracker, Amazon keyword search and reverse ASIN lookup, keyword tracker, and quick view if you get the bundle that AMZScout is offering. And with that, you also get the Just One Dime bonus as well. I'm going to go back one more time because I'm about to stop sharing my screen. If you want to grab that landing page before it goes, you can scan this QR code. I love that our team was able to get a tree into that. Or you can go to jod.com/DFY. All right. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. We're going to take a few minutes for questions, and then we'll go from there. All right. So first, Radu. Yes. So the minimum capital, Radu, is 60,000. And let me explain. So let me go back to where the questions are. Perfect. Okay. Awesome. So the 30,000 is the fee for us building the store. So right now we have 4 teams. Each team is headed off by a brand builder, and those teams build out the store. And each person is assigned with their different part, different responsibility. The 30,000 is the fee for us launching 3 products. Okay. Now the other 30,000 pays for the products, but we say up to 3 to be safe because raw material prices have gone up over the last year, and therefore we've had to reset expectations that it may cost more than 10,000 per product. It depends on the product. So that could be 3 products. It could be 2, maybe could be 1, but it's pretty rare that 1 only would cost 30,000 alone. But it gets you up to 3 products and includes us doing all the work. That's it. Now, if we were to launch a 3rd product and it's going to be more than 30,000, we would go to you and say, hey, here's how much it would be. Do you want to do that? And we'll work with you. Great question. 3 products, Radu, up to 3. Great question. Is there any discount code that you can give us today if we want us to sign up for Amazon FBA Mastery? So Sandra, we don't currently, but here's what I would recommend you do. If you go to JOD, and I'll type it in here, give me 1 second so you can see it, okay? I'm going to switch to everyone. JOD.com/freedom, okay? What I recommend you do is go there and apply and meet with one of our team members, because what they can do is they can adjust the price or the package, which includes the price, based on what you're looking for. In other words, if you just want the courses, that's way less expensive than if you want one-to-one coaching, group coaching, us to find products for you, us to find suppliers for you, and everything else that it comes with. Great question. All right. Did you do the first Amazon business before leaving your Apple job? Yes, I did, Emily. In fact, I didn't leave Amazon. until I was making over double selling. Sorry, I didn't leave Apple until I was making over double selling on Amazon. And this is such a good point because I know you guys that feeling. There was always a part of me that said, Seth, it would be so romantic to just go out, fire your boss. I'm going to do this. I'm going to build a business for my family. And we're just going to like bring the future. And another part of my brain, the analytical part said, Seth, those feelings are great, but you need to be smart. You have 6 people in your family, 5 people, depending on me. You need to be smart. You got 2 dogs, 2 cats, you have a mortgage. So make sure the numbers make sense. So I made a commitment. I'm not leaving my Apple job until my Amazon business is profiting me double what Apple pays me. And that's when I left. So I actually didn't leave until 2016, January of 2016. What is up, James? Good to see you. All right. Give me 1 second. Do you ask for the full payment of $60K upfront? Yes, Ty, and let me explain to you why I do. There are some sneaky people out there. I can tell you guys the funniest stories. So someone applied, a couple people applied for this, and they seemed like great people. We did our vetting, we interviewed them, everything is great. And they have to pay the $30K up front and pay for the products later. So they paid the $30K up front. Came time to launch the products. They're like, oh, I'm sorry, I only have $5,000. We're like, we cannot launch a product where there's going to be enough profit for you and me together for us to share if it only costs $5,000. Like, these are high-end products that most sellers won't even touch. Like, you committed to $10,000 per product. So yes, you have to have it up front. And what this does, and I'm not assuming this is you at all, Ty, but what it does is it filters out some people who would lie to us so they could get in and then hope that they could somehow finagle and talk us down. We're like, guys, a product costs what it costs. You have to invest if you want to make money. So great question. It is required up front. Is Q4 the right time to invest in the new product ideas? It is, but you need to have launched yesterday. If you want to really take advantage of Q4, I mean, really, I would say by end of October, maximum latest, if you really want to feel it, because it takes time for your listing to optimize and your PPC costs start going down as your profits start going up. Can you talk a little bit about timeline? Absolutely, Jennifer. You're looking at 8 to 12 months to launch. Because of COVID, because of the ports being shut down, the price of raw materials has gone up. Even though Amazon's growing like crazy, when you look at what's happening with just not just China, but around the world with shipping and the inflation and a lot of the money that's been printed by the American government, which you guys are probably noticing already, food is starting to cost more, gas is starting to cost more. Like, this is why I'm like, people, build your investment now because things are not getting cheaper. That check felt good for a while, but now we're starting to eat it as we see the prices go up. We didn't get the check, but you know, I'm talking about the check, the stimulus thing. So timeline is 8 to 12 months to launch. This is not a short-term investment. This is only for those people who are thinking long-term. In fact, with the first flood of investors, we had to reset expectations. We were expecting 3 to 6 months. And then with the pandemic and the shipping prices and the delays and lack of containers, there's literally our hands are tied. We have to wait until we get the right product and are able to ship it. So 8 to 12 months is very realistic. Great question. How long, says SS, how long extra is it taking with the backlog and shipping delays to build your current done-for-you Amazon stores? Yeah, we've had to postpone launches 3 to 6 months. Great question. Great job. And by the way, I want to say this too, SS, we're not going anywhere. We're here. We're going to continue to going. For those of you guys who are investors, we're here. We're right here. Come visit us in Austin. We've had a lot of investors come out like to visit us here and talk and go to dinner. We're not going anywhere. We're going to continue to do this. We're excited. This is why long-term thinking always trumps short-term thinking. If you are like, man, I just got a little bit of money left from an inheritance, or someone died, or this is the last of my 401k and after that I'm broke, don't do it. Only do this if you have an investor mindset. In other words, I never invest anything unless I'm willing to divorce the money, let it go. I don't need it. Grow that for me. Let me do my life over here. Leave me alone. Grow that. And I'll come back later. Just keep me updated. That's the kind of mindset that works for this. Thank you so much, Colin. Happy Jaw DFY partner. Can't wait to get more products launched. It's super awesome, Colin. And thanks so much for being here. So guys, you can talk to Colin, who's right here. What's the current turnaround time from signups to getting the first product out? Again, if you're referring to the done for you business, 8 to 12 months is realistic. And we've added on a couple months more than we think it'll take just to be safe, because shipping has been delayed massively. If you guys go Google it, you'll see it. How do I order my first product to sell? Which place is the best to buy my products as a beginner? So the best place is Alibaba.com, but make sure you filter them by two things: verified supplier and by trade assurance. There's two little tick boxes after you search. So 3 steps. Ready? You go to Alibaba.com, click the drop down, select supplier. Okay. Type in your seed keyword for your product, hit enter. After you hit enter, hit 2 tick boxes: trade assurance, verified, and that'll filter out thousands of suppliers you don't even want to waste time talking to. Great question. If we invest now, then till we can expect to launch our first product, 8 to 12 months. Do you take investment from all over the world? Absolutely. Anywhere in the world, it doesn't matter. We have people from India, we have people from Pakistan, we have people from London, the United States, Brazil. Not specific to US resident, not at all, Abdel. And by the way, guys, for those of you guys thinking about selling in Amazon or saying, Seth, will your team build this for us? Remember, it doesn't matter where you are in the world. That's the beauty of the internet. The opportunity is so, like, when I was a kid, guys, I couldn't think, if I lived in Pakistan, I couldn't think of investing in something like Amazon. Like, it's unbelievable what's changed. Your location has so little impact now, with the exception of maybe a couple countries, on your business. It's amazing. Even China, which has a communistic political government, still has a capitalistic economic government, which allows businesses to thrive. All right, let me keep going. I'm going to go fast, guys, because a lot of questions coming in. By the way, for those of you guys who want to apply, again, it's jod.com/DFY. It stands for done for you. I've been searching for is transport sticking to cargo ships, or is by air at all viable to keep excellent margins? Great question, Shlomo. The only time I go with either Air Express, which is about 5 days, that's usually by FedEx or UPS, for example, or air freight, which is can be by the same companies, but it's usually 10 days, is if I'm testing a product, receiving a sample, or maybe I just want to get in 25 products to get it launched to optimize my listing. That's it. That is the only time you're going to find me using those. Otherwise, I still do by sea, even though it's going to take patience. Okay, Emily, I've been searching for a product for over a month and can't seem to find a great opportunity. Any tips? So eager to get started on my business, but I feel stuck. Yes, 3 things. Make sure the competitors are doing at least 5,000 a month. Number 2, make sure at least 3 of those competitors have under 100 reviews. And number 3, make sure you can differentiate your product. Read the critical reviews of the top competitors. Make your product better. So when I go to the Amazon and I search it up, I can see, wow, look, your listing is doing something better than all the other listings. You have to differentiate. Otherwise, it's just copying other people. Great question, Emily. Does Just When I manage the store after launching the products? Absolutely, Oscar, because we want to make money with you. So yes, so our goal is that you'll launch more products and keep launching, and we keep growing it together until you have 2 options. You can either say, okay, I'm done, stop, and you take it over, or you can sell it. By the way, though, if you sell it, we still get 15% of that sale. So yes, absolutely. That's how we make money. We don't make money on the launch. We make money when the listing starts optimizing and it starts ranking on its own. Do you ever use any US-based suppliers for any of the stores you manage? I don't. I have in the past, but I don't. And the reason is because no one can beat the prices that China does. And the idea that China is cheaper is not always true as far as cheaper in quality. I have found in my experience, we were coming out with a super amazing design product that China was more flexible, more affordable, and way more innovative than even American suppliers were. And I'm not saying that's true for all American suppliers. When I can support my own country, I want to. But right now, from a business perspective, it just doesn't make sense. Even tariffs still do not make it cheaper to source from America. And again, I can get the quality I need. Is it possible to manage an Amazon store in the US while being overseas, or do I need software to hide my IP address? Yes, you absolutely can be overseas, 1000%. There are ways to do that. We teach that in FBA Mastery, or if you're paying us to build a store for you, we handle it for you. Hey, Seth, kind of unrelated. Do you think it is possible to completely overtake the market share of a specific product from a bestseller if you have a better offer, branding, copyright, etc.? They started selling the products 3 to 4 months ago, and some Chinese sellers have come into the market. 1000% yes, with 2 qualifications. Number 1, is it the kind of product that people are willing to spend more on? I didn't say more on, I said more on. If you bring a premium product. That's the first question. Number 2, when you search the main keyword, is the first entire page flooded with Chinese Amazon sellers or just some? If the answer to the first question is yes, that's good. And if the answer to the second question is no, it's not flooded, then yes, you have an opportunity, but you're going to have to fight for it. Looking forward to launching with Jod. They've been working through the business building this year for us. That's awesome, Chad. Super cool, man. Shlomo, that transport question was concerning the DFI program due to the delays from the crappy supply line issues we're dealing with currently. Yep, totally understand. Galdos, hey, Seth, kind of unrelated, but do you think, oh, I already read that one. Sorry, guys. LA Harbor is, I know, it's insane, isn't it? Does Jod take 50% over profit or revenue? Here's how it works. We take revenue, but we don't get that unless you're a minimum of 30% profit margin. So if your 30% goes down to 15, we get less revenue. The way it is built is you will always make the same or more than we do. It's impossible on the sale for us to make more than you because of that sliding scale. Hope that makes sense. Not sure. Let's see. Not sure how well the delays are accounted for and consistent. Yeah, I mean, and Shlomo, no problem, man. I totally hear you. It's 8 to 12 months is realistic. Guys, if you launched a year ago, you could launch 3 to 6 months. Now, 8 to 12. That's realistic. That's what's happening. But again, you always have to ask the question, am I going to let 3 to 6 months change my future? I'm not. Like, I'm going to keep going. Like, that's why I'm here. No problem, Gatos. You got it. Let's see how we doing on time. Okay, I got 2 minutes. Hey, Seth, there are so many products, and sometimes I don't even know how to start a product search by their name. If I go by categories, I simply won't find high demand, low competition products. Okay, gotcha. Here's what you do. Let's say you want to sell in the pet category, okay? You start with pet. Now, obviously, that's too big of a category. You need to narrow down. Now decide, okay, what subcategory of pets do I want to sell in? Well, maybe it's dog treats. Okay, so I'm going to move down to dog treats. Maybe it's organic dog treats. That's a subcategory. Maybe it's vegan organic dog treats. That's a subcategory. You see what I mean? When you are struggling to find a product, you need to keep going down to subcategories until all of a sudden the competition is lower, but don't go too far or the demand could get too low as well. That is how you do it. We just came out with a video on this, product categories, on the Just One Dime YouTube channel if you search it. Would you launch your first product in Q4, or is it too late already if you don't have your product yet? If you don't have your product, it depends. If by you don't have your product yet, you mean you haven't even started product research? Unlikely. If by that you mean you have the product, you just don't have it in the fulfillment center, then yeah, there's still a possibility. Great question. How can I use organic rank a criteria to filter products in selection? I don't understand the question. How do we sign up with you? jod.com/DFY. Yep, exactly. Okay, cool. I'm going to share my screen one more time, guys, so you can, give me 1 second, see it. Let me know when you guys can see this, okay? All right, can you see that? So you can just go there, fill out the application if you want to be considered, or you can scan that, just hold up your phone, turn on the camera, fill out the application. And I'm going to be very honest with you guys. The majority of people who apply, they don't get accepted. I'm not doing that to scare you, nor am I trying to create scarcity. I'm just simply being blunt. That's the reality. We're selective about who we work with. And our investors, we love them to death. They're awesome people. And I am so excited to do more things with them in the future. Okay, guys, 60K, is any more required? I'll answer this last question, okay? And then I'm done. 60K is your minimum. Okay, like I said, 30,000 covers the fee, right? And then the other 30,000 covers up to 3 products. Yes, you will have to pay for PPC. Sometimes the sale of the product pays for it itself. Sometimes it doesn't. If you want to launch more products, what I recommend, you take profits from your first, invest it into the next before taking money out. But that is your choice. Guys, thank you so much for having me. It has been awesome to see you. Thank you, Anna, Chelsea, everyone. You guys have an awesome day. And guys, one last thing before I go. No matter what you do something. Do something to change your future. The world's crazy right now. There's something you can do. There's something you can do. Whatever it is, it could be as simple as, hey, I'm going to start exercising. Could be, I'm going to start building an Amazon store. I have just one dime on my Amazon store. I'm going to start reaching out to someone who needs help. Whatever you do, guys, let's move to action. You can do this. You guys have an awesome day. Thank you so much.
Awesome, guys. I am super excited to be here. Everybody that is on, there's 132 of us, so welcome. I'm excited to have this opportunity to talk with you guys. I hope you guys are excited. I hope you guys can match my energy. Amazon FBA is something that I'm super passionate about. If you guys know who I am, you guys have seen my videos, you guys have seen me on the internet. I love everything about Amazon, and the opportunity is through the roof. Today, what I'm going to be doing, as you guys can see on this slide, I'm going to be taking the next 30 minutes and I'm going to be breaking down how to maximize profits during Q4. So optimizing sales for Thanksgiving, Christmas, and other holidays. So it's going to be jam-packed full of actionable steps that you guys can implement right now. I'm going to share my screen and we're just going to dive right into what I have prepared for you guys. So let's come over here. I'm going to come right here and I'm going to share my screen. And we're going to be specifically talking about 6 tips to hit 6 figures this Q4. So these are just some screenshots of my previous Q4s. I know that 6 figures per month might seem like a lot, but guys, Q4 is the best time to really scale your business. And that's where it's been game changer for me. Where I've been able to really grow my business. My first Q4 did just under 100,000, and then I just continued to grow it every single year. So I'm excited to break down some strategies, some tips about everything that we're going to be doing to maximize our sales during this time of year. And what's awesome is it's not just going to work during Q4, it's going to work year round and for other holidays. So what I want to do just briefly is introduce myself for those that don't know who I am. My name is Trevin Peterson. I'm 25 years old. Here's a picture of my wife and I, and I've been selling on Amazon full time for 3.5 years. So I started back in 2017, and within 6 months, I was able to quit my 9-to-5 job, and my life completely changed to where I have the time freedom, financial freedom to do what I want whenever I want, travel the world, experience things that I would never dream of experiencing. I've launched 30 plus different successful Amazon products. In 2020, I sold over 104,000 units. I've sold a combined total of over $4 million online. I've had the privilege and opportunity to coach 1,600 amazing Amazon students. And I've also been able to grow a community of just over 400,000 followers. So it's been quite the journey. It was not all unicorns and cupcakes from the very beginning. It was just like everybody starts from zero. And so I don't share any of this information to brag or to boast. I just am trying to give myself some credibility. And also I share this to help you guys understand that, look, I'm nothing special. If I can do it, so can you. And so I just want you guys to take away that. If there's one thing that you guys can take away, I hope I can inspire you guys and motivate you to keep pushing and to take action, because at the end of the day, there's only so much that I can do, teach, preach, or whatever you want to call it, but you have to you have to go and take action. So it's your responsibility. So that's just a little bit about me. We're not going to talk about me anymore. We're going to talk about the 6 tips to hit 6 figures this Q4. I'm excited about it. We're going to dive into the first tip. And this is something super important for you guys to understand. So I'm going to be breaking down kind of different strategies depending on if you have no inventory versus if you have a lot of inventory. And when I say no inventory, you obviously have a product launched, but you just don't have as much inventory or stock at Amazon. And if you're in a situation where you're kind of backlogged and you are having struggles with your suppliers, with lead time, with shipping, and you're not able to get a lot of inventory checked in, then your strategy is going to be a lot different. Whereas if you have just a ton of inventory ready to go. So I'm going to first talk about, if you guys have inventory ready to sell, ready to start pumping on Amazon, those are the tips that we're going to dive in first. And then we'll talk about my strategy if you guys don't have as much inventory. So that is kind of the first tip. It's not one of the 6, but it's important. Q4, there's increased demand. There's more shoppers, and you're going to sell a lot more. So inventory is king. So if you guys don't have inventory, you guys should have placed your orders months ago preparing for Q4. And if you guys haven't yet prepared for it, you better message your supplier right now and say, hey, I need to get more inventory ASAP. So let's dive into the first tip. And this might sound basic, but we're going to get into a lot of good stuff that you guys have probably never even considered or thought about. But coupons is the first thing that I'm going to do to boost my sales. And I'm not going to always run coupons, but here's my strategy and thought process behind coupons. So if you guys see right here at the very bottom, you see the save $3. Okay, so that little green clip right there, that is going to draw attention to your listing, and customers are more likely to buy it. And so that's kind of the strategy with these coupons is, yes, the customer is getting $3 off, or let's say 5% off. It's more of a marketing strategy tactic to get them to click on your listing versus your competitor. So you're going to just run a coupon. It's super easy to create one. If you guys have never created one before, you go to your Seller Central account. You're going to go to the advertising tab. There's a drop down. You're going to click on coupons. And then from there, it will literally take like 30 seconds to create a coupon. And one thing that I do want to talk about is every time somebody clips and redeems your coupon, it's going to cost 60 cents. So right here, we have this unicorn gift set. You see that there's the coupon in the bottom left-hand corner. It says save an extra 5% when you apply this coupon. So if somebody clicks on that, they clip it. That's what they call it. They clip the coupon. Then you're going to be charged the 5%. So the 5% is going to get deducted from the $23.99 plus an additional 60 cents for every coupon clipped. One thing to note that's super cool about coupons is sometimes, so like right here, if we come back to this main, the first slide, they might click initially on this listing, save $3, but then they might forget to actually clip the coupon. And that is the best case scenario, because they clicked on your listing because you had the coupon, but then they forgot to clip it. And since they didn't clip it, you basically got a full price sale and you didn't pay Amazon 60 cents for that coupon clipped. So that's the first strategy that you guys are going to do. I like to just throw on a coupon, whether it's 5%, 10%, $1, just something simple to differentiate yourself from your competition. And that's going to help drive more traffic. And especially during this holiday time of season, people are looking to get deals and discounts. And even though 5% or $1 off is not crazy, customers absolutely love that. So that is the first tip, is coupons. We're going to dive right into the second tip. And this is probably one of the most important parts. And this is a really cool strategy that you guys can start implementing depending on the time of year and the holiday. But let's take this example and let's say I'm selling this unicorn gift set. Okay, so that is my product. I sell this drawstring bag with these necklaces, the hair ties, a pencil pouch, and it's a really good gift set for girls. And so what I'm going to do with my listing is I'm going to tailor my images to help paint the picture to the customer and help them realize this is the perfect gift for my daughter, for my niece, for my daughter's best friend, for a birthday party. I want to paint the picture and engrave it in their head that, hey, this product is giftable. So as you guys can see with this image, this girl is giving her daughter this present. This image is not the best. You can definitely improve on the image quality. I just took a screenshot of somebody else's listing, but this is just to kind of show you guys the example. But you're going to demonstrate and show that, hey, this product you can give to somebody and they're going to love it. And so this mom is giving a gift to her daughter. They're both smiling. And that is something huge that you guys can do, especially during this holiday season, is help your customer realize, hey, I can give this as a gift to my dad, or for my mom, or for my brother, or for my sister, my girlfriend, my wife, my husband, and demonstrate them showing that, hey, this is a giftable product. So I love using lifestyle images, especially during this Q4, to help them understand that this is the perfect gift idea, because they're already in that gift minded kind of mindset. And so you're just kind of solidifying that and helping them and assuring them that, hey, this is a perfect gift present for your daughter. So that is one example. Another example is, let's say I'm selling these sunglasses and this is my listing. They click on it. They have the coupon code, so that's really good. They click on the listing, but then once they get to the listing, they have a lifestyle image of these sunglasses on a stocking. And this is demonstrating yet again that this is a perfect stocking stuffer. And so this is something super cool that you guys can do with any type of product, is to help get the customer thinking that, hey, this is a stocking stuffer. This is a perfect Christmas present. This is a perfect birthday present, and paint the picture and help them realize that, hey, like, this is a little small product. They're sunglasses. They're not crazy expensive. And people are always looking for stocking stuffers. And if they see that, they're like, oh, this is brilliant. I'm going to buy this. And instead of buying one, they might buy 8 because they got a bunch of grandkids and they want to give a pair of sunglasses to each of the grandkids. So you're just helping the customer change their mindset a little bit and helping them realize, hey, I can give this as a gift. This is a good stocking stuffer, or whatever the case is. So that's what you guys need to start doing with your listings during this holiday season, is change them, adjust them, tailor them to the specific time of year. And the same thing goes like with Easter. You could do a picture of these sunglasses with an Easter basket, and you would change that main image from the stocking to an Easter basket. Or for Valentine's Day, you might do it with a bunch of hearts or whatever, and you're giving a gift to your boyfriend. So those are different things that you're going to want to do depending on the time of year and the season that you're in. You can adjust those main images. They're mainly lifestyle images to help get your customer thinking, hey, this is the perfect gift idea. This is perfect for Easter. This is perfect for Mother's Day. I mean, the list goes on of different seasons and holidays that you guys can change these images to fit that time of year. So that is something that everybody can be doing, is adjusting their lifestyle images. And another thing that I just want to talk about briefly, this is not just during Q4. This is year-round listing optimization. This is where I see so many people just make massive mistakes. And it's kind of frustrating because a lot of students will send me listings and they say, hey, check out my listing. What can I do to improve? Like, what's going on? And I look at it and I see images like this. And this image is something that's just photoshopped on this girl's back. And that just looks horrible. And so I'm here to tell you guys that you cannot take shortcuts when it comes to your main images, your listing images, product photography. Do not take shortcuts. Don't try to cheap out. A lot of people will want to take them on their iPhone. They think that they can do the pictures themselves and they'll create like their own home studio and not really do the best of jobs. So my piece of advice is to find somebody that does this professionally. Yes, you're going to have to pay them. But at the same time, if you're already forking up a bunch of money on inventory and launching the product, you're already into your Amazon business $5,000. It makes no sense to take a $200 shortcut and not get professional product images. So again, this is a bad example of listing images. Please do not take this shortcut and get legitimate, really good images. And that's going to help sales. And again, that's not just for Q4, that's year round. Some pieces of advice when it comes to some images that I really like to do. So when you hire somebody that is a professional photographer and they know how to do graphic design, you'll be able to create infographics and comparison charts like this. And this is something that's super valuable for the customer, because again, when a customer clicks on your product, you have to do everything in your power to convince them that your product is superior, that your product is better, and that they need your product. And so what you can do is a comparison chart. So I really like this comparison chart. It's this mat safe bag. This is the product. And so you put it over a mattress and it's easy to carry when it comes to moving. And so they have a comparison chart demonstrating why theirs is better versus the cheap plastic mattress bags that are literally $5. So their product is kind of a premium. I think it's like $40, where their competition is selling it for $5. And so they're demonstrating that, hey, mine is 10 times better for these reasons. It's reusable. It's one person friendly. We've got handles, durable material. You can reuse it. Where the cheap plastic, it doesn't have that. So having that comparison chart is super useful. When a customer clicks on your listing, they see that and they're like, oh, wow, this is awesome. The same thing with this comparison chart at these shelves. It's just showing why your product is better, pointing out the flaws of your competitors. And that's another huge thing that you guys can do is read their reviews, read your competitors' reviews, study their product, and figure out a way to differentiate yourself. And if you've done this, this comparison chart is going to be really easy to create because you've done your due diligence, you've done your research, and you know that your product is superior. So this is another kind of tidbit that I love doing, just kind of painting the picture, helping the customer know that, hey, my product is the best. And if you can convince your customer that your product is the best, then they'll pay a premium for your product. Just a few more listing optimization tips. I'm diving into a lot of detail with this because I see a lot of people make this mistake. They take shortcuts. They don't do a very good job and they wonder why their product is not selling. Listing optimization is a key factor. So right here, I love these lifestyle images with infographics. I love doing that, getting legitimate pictures of people actually using the product and then doing infographics with it. So you see these two guys carrying the mattress. It's demonstrating how it's used. And it says easy to carry with 8 strong handles. That is a great picture. There are 2 different people. Then you have this lady over here that's, it says, get your mattress ready for moving, folds up, zips up, lifts up. Really well done. So those are the things that you guys need to look at. And one last piece of advice when it comes to listing images, if you can't look at your images and say that they're better than your top competitor, you need to redo them and make them the best. And if you do that, you're going to see a huge increase in sales. Your PPC campaigns are going to convert better. Everything about your Amazon business is going to improve as you invest in your business and in yourself and in your products. Okay. So that's super important. And that is tip number 2 is listing images. All right. So we talked about 2 tips. We're going to dive into the 3rd tip. This is super valuable. We're going to dive into Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, how I'm going to utilize these social media platforms to really increase sales, and it's not going to break the bank. So we're going to first talk about Instagram and TikTok. Again, my product is this unicorn gift set. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do what's called influencer marketing. I'm going to find influencers that kind of fit my product niche, the category. I'm going to reach out to them and they're going to post about my product, link my product. In exchange, I'll pay them a couple $100 and they'll post and promote my product. And then you see all these people will flood to their post and then it will lead them to buy my product. And the more people that I can get to buy my product outside of Amazon, the more that's going to help my rank juice inside Amazon. So that's the concept of an influencer marketing. But the number one question that I get is, well, how do I actually find products or how do I find influencers to promote my product? So the first thing that I'm going to do is we have Instagram, we have TikTok. Again, my product is the unicorn gift set. So when I think of my product, the unicorn gift set, it's for younger girls. And so I think of moms. It's the perfect thing that a mom is going to buy for her daughter and for her birthday, maybe for Christmas, whatever the case is. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Instagram and I'm going to go to the search bar and I'm going to search #mom-blogger. And there's hundreds of thousands, there's probably millions of different mom bloggers that have Instagram accounts from 1,000 followers all the way up to millions of followers. And you know that people that are following these mom bloggers are also moms. And if they're also moms, they also have daughters that can buy the unicorn gift set that you're selling. And so that's kind of my thought process when it comes to influencer marketing and finding different influencers is I just go and search hashtags and then I go through and I scroll through and I click on different Instagram accounts and I vet them and I'll show you guys kind of which one I found and then I'll reach out to them. So that's Instagram. That's how I find influencers there. On TikTok, it's very similar, but it's even easier because you can just go search #Amazon finds for, and then it says for guys, for men, for mom, for dogs, for girls, for your car, cheap photographers. And you're going to find thousands of videos, thousands of influencers that are talking about different products that they found on Amazon. And these videos are going viral. Like they're getting millions of views of just them showing, hey, look at this Amazon product that I found on it. Look at this product that I found on Amazon. And so with that information, we search for hashtags. We're then going to find influencers like this over here. we got the bloggery. So it's this girl that has 12,000 followers. So, I mean, that's a decent size account. It's not anything crazy, but what you're going to do is you're going to email her and you're going to message her, direct message on Instagram, and you're going to reach out and say, hey, how much can I pay you? I'm going to give you the product for free in exchange for a story shout out or a feed post. And she'll probably say it's going to be like 50, $100. And if you can get 12,000, basically reach 12,000 people with that one post and pay $100 for it, and you only need like 5 people to buy it, and you break even. And if you can break even and keep repeating that process, that's going to help your rank. And so that's my strategy. Is I'm not necessarily going for people that have 1 million followers on Instagram. I'm going to go for the lower hanging fruit, people that have 5, 10, 20,000 followers, because they're not going to charge a premium. And one thing that you guys need to note when doing influencer marketing, you're going to want to check their engagement. And so it's one thing to look at their followers, go click on their main feed. And if they don't have any likes or comments, then that's not a very good engaged account. So that's one thing that you want to avoid. So that's Instagram. On TikTok, this is a complete account. I mean, his account name is Stuff You Actually Need. And all he talks about is Amazon products that you need. And so you can reach out to him directly. And I have the little arrow pointing to the Instagram icon. And that's how you reach out to people on TikTok, is you'll want to go and find them on Instagram, because you can't really direct message them on TikTok. So you have to go outside of TikTok. You'll message them and you'll say, hey, how much is it going to cost to make a video? And as you guys can see, this guy has videos that have 10 million views, 2.8 million views. So if your video can go viral and get 1 million views, that's going to skyrocket your business. I've done it a few times with my product, and I have one of my good friends, he did this, and it generated him thousands of dollars literally instantly as soon as they posted a video. So using TikTok, Instagram, influencer marketing, finding the right people to promote your product for $50, $100 is time well spent. And then one thing to note, it might not go as well as you had hoped. You might not generate as many sales, but don't give up on just one. Try multiple. Go out and do 5 influencers, test them. And if one works well, then keep repeating them and paying them more to do more posts. So I absolutely love using Instagram and TikTok. This is something that you can do during Q4, but you can also do this year round. And again, the thought process behind this is the more traffic that I can drive to my listing, the more sales that I can get, the more that's going to help my organic rank. And for those that sell on Amazon, having the organic rank is king. That's where the money is made. If you can rank organically on page 1, that's where you're just going to start printing money. So that's Instagram and TikTok. We'll briefly talk about YouTube. My strategy here is you can go, depending on your type of product, literally search anything. So right here, gift ideas. Again, I'm selling a unicorn gift set. So gift ideas, I search gift ideas, and there's a bunch of different YouTubers that are talking about 130 Christmas gift ideas. I reach out to them and say, hey, are you making a video similar to this? Can I be in the list of 130? You see how much they're going to charge you. And if you pay, let's say $100, that video is going to be around not just for a couple months, that's going to be around for years to come. And so you're paying for that real estate, a one-time fee of, let's say, $100. And that's going to be money well spent, not just right now, but for the long run. Same thing. If I'm selling a backpack, I search best backpacks for school, and it says top 6 best backpacks, 7 best backpacks. So I'm going to reach out to these YouTubers and say, hey, are you creating a video like this? I would love to get on the list. And to reach out to YouTubers, you're going to actually click on their account. And then in the top right-hand corner, it has the about sign. And then you'll click the about button. And then you'll come right here. It says details for business inquiries. And then you'll be able to view the email address. And then you'll be able to email them directly and ask them for their pricing. So YouTube is something that I've actually recently started doing on my products. It's really easy to reach out to these different YouTubers and say, hey, are you going to do a review video? Because like this channel is all about unboxing, unbox daily. All they're doing is product reviews. And so if you can reach out to these influencers, these YouTubers, and pay them a couple $100 to make a video, that can pay off in the long run. And it's a great way to increase sales. So that is the third tip that I got for you guys, using social media for influencer marketing, TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube is super powerful. Let's jump to tip number 4. And this is something that not a lot of people talk about. And this is something really powerful. I do this all the time. And what I do is I find blog articles that have top, let's say 131 best gift ideas. So I find my product. So again, I'm selling this unicorn gift set. And so what I do is I think of the demographic and I go to Google and I type in top 5 gift ideas for girls. And as you can see, there are tons of different blog articles that are talking about best gift ideas for girls, babies to teens, 30 best toys and gifts for 5-year-old girls. Like there's tons of different blog articles that are talking about each individual, all these different products. And so what I do is I click on the blog article and you'll see this is one of them. This is their top picks. And as soon as you click on check price, it literally redirects you to Amazon. So all of these blog posts, all they're doing is it's a massive affiliate. It's just an affiliate site. And all you're doing is paying the owner of the site to be listed on the top 100 list. And if you can do that, that's just free traffic, again, for not just a few hours, that's for years to come. For as long as people are searching for top 5 gift ideas, you're going to be able to show up and people are going to be able to click on your product and it's going to redirect them to Amazon. And what's cool is it's a win-win situation for both the owner of the blog sites and for you as the Amazon store owner, because not only are you paying them, let's say $100 to be on this list, every time they click, a customer goes and they click on this list and they hit check price and it redirects them to Amazon, they're clicking on the blog post affiliate link. And so if they buy their product, then they're making another commission. So they're kind of double dipping. You are paying them. And then every time a customer clicks on it and buys the product, they're also making an affiliate commission. So this is a great way to really get your product out there, just not on Amazon. And a lot of times people are like, well, what do you do other than PPC? And these are things that I do outside of PPC. To kind of go into a little bit more depth, like there's blog posts for days about every single product, category, niche, you name it, there's blog posts for it. And what you're going to do is once you find the blog post, you'll scroll down to the very, very bottom. We'll have a contact us page. So you, as you can see right here, it says Hearst Magazines. If you guys are interested to partner with us, email this email. So you just email them and you say, hey, I have this product. I sell on Amazon. How much can I pay you to get it listed on the top 130 list? And they'll give you a price. And then you'll say, great, pay them. And there you go. That's another source of traffic that's going to drive to your Amazon listing. One more example, if you guys, just to kind of paint the picture and engrave it in your head, I kind of went broad and I was looking for top 5 best gift ideas for girls. What you can do is you can literally niche down so specific, and there's blog articles that are top unicorn gifts. So these are specifically people searching on the internet, top unicorn gifts, and there's dozens of blog posts. And so that's exactly what I did is I searched for this. And just like this, it says 20+ magical unicorn gifts for people who love rainbows, glitters, and sparkles. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reach out to this blog owner and I'm going to say, hey, I need my unicorn gift on this blog, because if somebody's clicking on that blog, you bet you they're likely to buy my product because it's that good. And so that's another strategy. That's tip number 4. This is something that is very overlooked. Yes, it might take some time, but if you sit down and you find these different blogs, you are going to be surprised at what you guys can do. So I'm not sure how we're doing on time. I think I've been talking for 30 minutes, so we're going to crank through this and then we'll do a quick Q&A. So we'll jump to the 5th, and that is lightning deals. This is something super important that everybody should be doing. If you qualify, you're going to go to your seller account. You're going to go to the advertising tab. You're going to click on the deals icon, and then you'll be able to select to run a deal. These deals are going to cost between $150 to $500, depending on the time of year. So during Cyber Monday, Black Friday, it's going to be $500. During the month of December, it's going to be about $300. And these deals are some of the best days. I mean, I've done $20,000 in one single day because of lightning deals. So if you have a giftable product, it's something that people are wanting to buy during Christmas time. Running lightning deals during this Q4 season is the best time to run a lightning deal. You don't need to necessarily get a Black Friday or Cyber Monday time slot. If you can get a first week of December, that is a great time to run a lightning deal. It's just going to increase the traffic and it's going to really boost your listing. And lastly, let's talk about my last strategy, my last tip for you guys, my PPC strategy. Again, Q4, tons of spikes. I want to talk about keywords, bids, campaign budgets, and new keywords. So first, we're going to talk about keyword bids and campaign budgets. And this is something that you guys are going to want to monitor super closely because with the increased demand, you might be spending a lot more because more people are shopping, which is going to result in more clicks. And so what you're going to want to do is really monitor and make sure that you're not just blowing through your budget in the first hour of the day. And if you are, then you might want to adjust the keyword bid down a little bit. Now, if you're blowing through the budget and you're extremely profitable and your PPC, let's say your ACoS is like 10, 12, 20%, then what you're going to do is you're just going to increase the campaign budget to $1,000, $2,000, because you know that if you're spending $1 on PPC and you're getting, let's say 20 back, I'd be willing to spend $100,000 if that was the case. So that's what you're going to want to do is monitor that super closely. Make sure that your keyword bids aren't too high. Make sure they're not too low. You're going to want to make sure that you monitor that because during Q4, a lot more people are going to be clicking. The last thing that I want to talk about is new keywords. This is something that you guys can do with the AMZScout software. So it's the reverse ASIN lookup. This is one of my favorite tools. You'll find your competitor's ASIN, you'll plug it in, and it's going to help you find new keywords. So for the most part, these keywords I already had in my listing, but I found 3 new keywords that I am not targeting. And that is teen girls gifts, kid stuff, things for teen girls. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take those keywords and I'm going to plug them in my PPC campaigns, start targeting those and hopefully start ranking organically. Because if I can do that, that's an additional 37,000 searches for that keyword. Kid stuff, 23,000. Things for teen girls, 33,000. So there's a lot of opportunity. And then the next thing that you can do is the AMZScout Amazon keyword search tool. I just went and typed in gift. So that's a super broad keyword. And then it helped me find a bunch of different keywords that fit that. So Christmas gifts, unicorn gifts for girls, gift basket, Christmas gift bags. Those are keywords that I'm going to put in my PPC campaigns to target. Because if I can rank even on the second page, let's say on a keyword that's being searched 62,000 times, that's going to generate a lot of sales. So that is the 6th tip. There's a ton to kind of absorb and take in. I know I went through that pretty quick, but again, those are the strategies that if I have a lot of inventory, that's what I'm going to do to just try to sell as much as possible. Or if I don't have a lot of inventory, what I'm going to do is I'm not going to necessarily throw coupons on. I'm not going to crank up my PPC. I'm not going to run lightning deals. I'm just going to ride the wave and keep profit margins high. Just with the extra traffic, increased demand, you'll be able to ride the wave, increase profit margins, and then get ready for next Q4, save up, stock up, and then implement those 6 different tips. So that is my strategy. If you guys don't have as much inventory, that's what I would do. That's what I recommend. But if you do have a lot of inventory, those 6 tips are going to help you tremendously. And I just want to say thank you guys so much. We're going to open it up to Q&A real quick. But if you guys are interested, I put together, I can't even believe I'm offering this for you guys, but I'm offering you guys a completely free course. If you go to freefba.com, this is 10 plus hours. I normally sell this course for $500 and you guys are going to have access to it for free. So go to freefba.com. All you'll do is enter your email, your address, and I will send you access to the boot camp. Again, it's 10 plus hours of training. I just want to say thank you guys for being here. And I appreciate AMZScout for the opportunity to be here with you guys. So I think now we'll open it up to Q&A if I'm correct. Let's see. I'll stop sharing. Again, it's freefba.com. And I will just start answering your guys' questions. I think a couple minutes to answer. Do I go till 2:30? Yep. So we got 9 minutes to answer any of your guys' questions. Great job, Trevin. Learned a lot of great info and tips, tons of stuff. Thank you. I appreciate it. I hope you guys learned a lot. I know 30 minutes is not a ton of time to break down everything, but there is a ton of information, lots of different things that you guys can do to grow your business. Tyler, he's asking, I'm hoping to launch late October. Is that still enough time to capitalize on Q4? So if you're getting inventory checked in and you have it on the way, you can totally launch. And I've launched products literally in December. And so my kind of perspective and outlook of launching a product, yes, there might be a better time of year to launch a product than others, but for the most part, don't necessarily worry too much about a deadline and just focus on getting that first product launched. And then from there, that's when the snowball will start rolling. And that's when the momentum will start going. So my biggest piece of advice for anybody stressed about launching during Q4, don't worry about that. Just go and launch your first product. Whatever time of year it is, it's going to be great. Obviously, you guys need to educate yourself and be familiar with how to actually launch. But if you guys have done your homework, then launching any time of the year is a great opportunity. Is this your course? No. So this is a boot camp training program. There's 10 plus hours of videos on it. It's a little mini boot camp course. So it's not my full A to Z course. But it's still incredible value, all for free. Again, I charge people money for this. So hopefully the people that have paid for it, they're not too upset for giving out for free. Let's see. What is your advice to start from zero? That is a great question. It would be to start. Like, you've just got to go and take action. I mean, I look back at my journey of when I started. As soon as I heard about the opportunity, yeah, you guys might think I'm crazy and you might think that I'm full of it, but I learned about Amazon, and within 2 weeks, I had my first product launched. Within 2 weeks, I got home that night, did research, started reaching out to suppliers, and I just went all in, and I did air shipping, got the product sent, and launched my product as quick as possible because I was so excited. I'm not telling you to do it necessarily like that, but it is important to take action and actually go for it. And I see so many people that have heard about the opportunity, they're dabbling in it for years, and they don't take any action. So the biggest piece of advice, if you're starting from zero, is you just got to go implement. You've got to go for it and take action. Let's see. Yeah, 2 weeks. I mean, it's crazy. Let's see. At the end, of course, any certificate will be awarded. So no, I don't have any certificate on that one. That's just a free bonus. If you guys don't want the bonus, don't take it. But that is just something that I'm giving to you guys for free. What is the best way to learn about PPC? You're not going to like my question, but it's just going to be doing it yourself. Testing different things, trying different things. And that's kind of the reality with PPC is I've helped a lot of students, and every single product is different. Every single category is different. There's different strategies, and some work for certain products and others don't work for other products. So that's something that you guys are going to want to make sure that you do, is just start testing. And a lot of times people are like, well, I'm scared to spend some money on PPC and I don't want to spend money. But the reality is the only way to learn and get the data that you need is by spending money on PPC. So to learn about PPC is just going, obviously don't just go blow $200, $300 a day on PPC, be strategic, but you've got to spend money, even if it's $5 a day. And then with that data, then you can take it and optimize and find different things that are working and that are not. So you just kind of adapt and adjust with the data that you guys are getting. How long will you have free access to the course? You'll have lifetime access to that free course. Let's see. He's asking if I'll ever have a course on real estate. Probably not, at least not anytime soon. I mean, we'll talk about, we'll continue to talk about Amazon FBA. I mean, I could talk about all sorts of different things like real estate, but let's see. Is it wise if you're not into social media to hire somebody from Fiverr to start and manage it while I catch up? So one thing to not worry about too much when it comes to your Amazon business is, yes, it's important to go get the Instagram handles and to maybe have a social media for your brand. But for the most part, don't necessarily worry about that too much, just because it's not going to generate any crazy amount of sales and traffic. Just worry about the main key components that I talked about, like listing optimization with your product photography. Spend time on that. Spend time on PPC. Spend time reaching out to influencers, blog posts to get your brand out more. And then with the money that you make, then you can go and launch a second product, and then you can launch a third product. And then as you start to build out like a legitimate brand, that's when you can then start to focus on social media. And that's when you will have the money to be able to pay somebody to do that. So it's not taking a bunch of energy and time off of out of your day. So that would be my recommendation for social media there. How many units did you order for your first shipment? So I only ordered 100 units. At my first unit, my first product, I was like, I just want to get it out there. Just want to experience it. I launched it. I actually have a full YouTube video talking about my first 8 products that I launched. So if you guys go to on YouTube, just search Trevin Peterson. You'll see the first 8 products that I launched, and it will kind of break all of that down. So it looks like I've got 2 minutes left. We'll continue answering these questions that you guys have. Let's see, any tips on searching for a manufacturer for a first product that is similar to others but doesn't currently exist? So if you're looking to kind of, I guess, invent a product, what you're going to want to do is figure out the material of your product. If it's wood, then you're going to want to find a factory that produces wood products. And then you'll send them the design, and then they'll be able to create a mold and custom tailor that type of product for you. So that's something that you're going to want to do is whatever, like if you're selling something that's plastics, so like this remote, you're going to want to reach out to a supplier that manufactures plastic. Same thing, if you're doing something that's glass, reach out to a glass supplier and say, hey, I want to get this product made. So that's what I would do if you're looking to customize something, is just find a supplier that produces the material that your product is made of. So that's super important. Let's see, we got 1 more minute. I hope you guys enjoyed. Again, if you guys want free access to the boot camp, it's freefba.com. I'm excited for you guys to go and just absorb some more training material. If you guys enjoyed, I hope you guys enjoyed it, at least, and I hope you guys learned something new. I appreciate AMZScout for the opportunity. And it looks like somebody said one of the best talks so far. So that is amazing. Thank you guys. I hope you guys go out there and crush Q4, and we will be talking soon. If you guys have any questions, feel free to reach out on Instagram. It's at Trevin Peterson. We'll be talking soon.
Okay, let's get started. Hi, my name is Jacques Van Wild. I am the CEO and founder of DataFeedWatch. Welcome to my presentation at Supercella Fest. Let me share my screen so we can get started. There we go. Okay, that should do the trick. Let me also enable the chat so I can see anything that's coming in. And we are ready to go. So guys, advanced automation for Google Shopping and search ads. Like I said, I'm the founder of DataFeedWatch. DataFeedWatch is a feed marketing solution for approximately 15,000 shops on 5 continents. We cater to very large customers like Adidas, Under Armour, Dillard's, and what have you, but also thousands of SMBs that are on shopping carts like Magento, Shopify, BigCommerce, and what have you. The core markets are basically North America and Western Europe. We process like 1.5 billion products every single day, and we help retailers grow. So let's talk about e-commerce. Not too much though. No, e-commerce is booming, percentage here, percentage there, it's gone crazy, especially since the pandemic. Sales are through the roof. Yeah, I'm sure you guys are experiencing the same thing. The question is, how do you seize the opportunity? And the answer is, well, focus on what you can control. Manage your data. Okay, so today I'm going to be talking about 2 different things. First of all, I'm going to explain to you how you can optimize your data feed in such a way that it will increase your sales. It will increase the performance of your campaigns on Google, Facebook, Amazon, and what have you. Secondly, I'll talk about how you can combine search and shopping at the same time in an automated fashion and make even more money. So that's the agenda for today. We analyzed mappings and feeds of like 15,000 shops. So we know a thing or two about what works and what doesn't. The data feed, so that's basically the product data that we are extracting from your store and that we're using to create feeds with product data for channels like Google, Facebook, Amazon. The data feed is a foundation of every single campaign. Let me elaborate on that for a second. So let's say that, let's say that someone is looking for a red Adidas sneaker. So Google sees the query come in, the question come in, and now they need to find the right product ads to show on that page. Not just Google, goes for other channels as well. But let's go with Google for an example. So Google knows that the person who is searching wants a red Adidas sneaker. But we all know Google knows almost everything. So they probably know if you're a boy or a girl. They know where you are, if you're on a Mac or on a PC, everything. If you were logged in with your last purchase, they probably even know the size of your underwear. So Google doesn't only have the search query, red Adidas sneaker, but they have all this data about the person that is interested in that pair of sneakers. So in order to match that search query and the search properly with product ads, it is important that Google gets as much data as possible. So there you have it. The data feed is a foundation of every campaign. The more data, the more accurate the data, the better the channel is able to match the product data with the search query and the searcher. And the better the match, the higher the quality of the traffic. So everything starts with the feed. Now, we ask ourselves every single day, so what do we need to optimize to increase that campaign performance? Well, the first thing that we look at are the titles. The keywords, officially there are no keywords, but the keywords, the search queries that are in the titles, and product type and description, what have you. But title is really the killer. So let's say someone's looking for a pair of jeans. People often search very specifically because they know what they want. So people search for a Levi's 501 men's blue jeans size 32 because that's what they want. Now, if that data is actually in the title, then you're going to get triple whammy, because Google is going to say, hey, the title is exactly the same as the search query, or more or less the same. So this is probably a good match. So let's serve this ad, which means more impressions. Once your ad is out there on the SERP, the search engine result page, people are just more likely to click because it's exactly what they were looking for. So there's a higher CTR. And then once they make it to your page, you're also more likely to buy, because this is, after all, exactly what they came for. So more impressions, higher CTR, and higher conversion rate. Triple whammy for really optimizing your titles. So how do you optimize titles? Well, you can guess, like, for jeans, it's probably something like Levi's 5.1, men's blue jeans size 32. But basically, there is a best practice for every category. So for apparel, hard goods, electronics, books, what have you, they all have a different logical order in which to put the various attributes in the title. Of course, if you have a well-known brand, you put it first. If you have a no-name brand, you may want to put it at the end, so it doesn't show on the SERP, but it's still in there. These examples are not like, everything should be like that, but be aware that every product category has its own best practice, and make sure that you figure out what kind of titles you should give your products, depending on the category. So that's best practice. However, you can guess what people are searching for, but you can also figure it out. So, example, one of our customers, Zoop Gear, they're selling sports stuff. For example, a Wilson Classic baseball glove, followed by the model number, which is, by the way, it's a fine title, and they were doing fine. They were selling lots of baseball gloves. Nevertheless, at some point, they started digging into the search query report to find out what the kind of search queries were that they were showing up for people that ended up buying the baseball glove. So they found out that people were actually adding to their search query, whether they were left or right-handed, whether it's for themselves or for the kids, whether it should be leather or something else. So it turned out that these are relevant attributes, but they were not in the title. So now that the Zoop Gear guys knew, they started adding these attributes to their titles, and they increased traffic by a whopping 250%. I know, sounds crazy, 250%. Doesn't happen every day, but this is how powerful it can be. And I can virtually hear you think, well, I have like 25,000 products, so I'm not going to do that for all these products. And the answer is no, you should not. But you should start. You cannot do it for 25,000 products, but you can do it for your 10 best-selling products. And after that, focus on your 10% best-selling products, the products that have the biggest impact, and they will drive ROI way more than product number 24,000. Right? So it's important to get started way more than it is to finish soon. It does have an impact. So title optimization is super crucial. And then if you really get into this, you may also want to try out A/B testing, which is something you can easily do with a tool like DataFeedWatch. You simply create two types of titles. We assign both titles to 50-50 of your products, and then in your stats you can see which title performs better in general. So seeing is believing. If you A/B test, you can find out what works and what doesn't. So keywords, search queries, super important for your performance. In the shopping campaign, you also have negative keywords. Now that may be less obvious, but just like the good old text ad campaigns, negative keywords are something you can add to your campaign. So make me think of a story. There was this company, one of our customers, they were selling ink, ink for printers, right? And that's a European company. At some point, they branched out to the US and started selling there as well. and you know, sales were okay. They just found that there was a lot of traffic, but it hardly converted. And that's when they started digging into their search query report to find out that there was like this single keyword that got a boatload of clicks, but it really had a very low conversion rate, and it was cartridge. And like, man, this is crazy. We're selling ink cartridges. Why is this? So what they found out is people looking for ammo may also use the word cartridge, gun cartridge. And then Google accidentally was shown another type of cartridge, you know, with ink, not with ammo. And people just clicked like, oh, no, this is ink. Let me get out of here. So, you know, it's a funny story, but it's a good example of how a single search query can actually mess up your campaign. More in general, you know, usually it's not a single thing. It's more like a trend. So, you know, at least check your search query report for stuff like free and used, you know, or even people searching for your own brand, because if they search your brand, they'll make it to your site anyway. So, you know, don't advertise on that. So negative keywords are very interesting as basically as a budget saver. Okay, what is even more important than title or negative keywords? It is the images. They make up the biggest part of every product ad, right? So pop quiz, you know, usually I can see people, you can raise your hand. Now you cannot, so I will just proverbially do this. Which of these two products are you more likely to buy? The one on the left, which is, you know, the hoodie, just a hoodie, or the one on the right, which is the same hoodie, but with a guy in it. Okay, counting your votes. Okay, everybody is, thank God for chat. Shannon, thanks for participating. And Carlton, you guys are right, because it is the right one. And it's not just the right one, you know. Research has shown that 82% of the people would always go for, you know, especially with apparel, for the product with the person in it. So it's just, you know, if you look at your images, you know, you need to make sure it's the high quality, you know, it's the right color for the right variant, and all of that. But some, you know, stuff like this matters as well. So lifestyle images do better. Take care of your picture, because it takes up like 75% of the entire product ad, and it really, really matters. Actually, so this is something that you don't literally do with a DataFeed tool, but it is important. So go back into your store, check out your images, and you think that you do not have high quality, excellent pictures, invest time in replacing them. Okay, something else to optimize our data feed for performance. Timing is everything. Timing is always everything, as you guys know. So if you create a data feed with a tool like DataFeedWatch, you know, you're basically lining up all the attributes like unique ID and title and description and image and everything that you're gonna send out to Google, Facebook, or Amazon. Often you want to make changes, like, you know, when you want to put product on sale, you want to include or exclude certain products in that feed, or you want to add a custom label that enables you to bid more or bid less on certain products. So in a good data feed tool, you should be able to use date rules as well. So you can, for example, you know, in this example, create a promo price that will kick in on a very specific date and time. There are many ways, you know, many occasions where this comes in very, very handy. As a matter of fact, at some point I got a call from a marketing manager who had his biggest annual sale like the next Saturday, and he had a wedding on Friday night. And he was like, hey, now what am I going to do? You know, I want to get totally wasted. On Friday night, it's going to be like 3, 4, 5 in the morning, and then I don't want to bother with my data feed. So hey, just use data rules and prepare. Not if you want to go out to a party, but also if you're preparing your Black Friday sale, you can prepare that like days, weeks, or even months in advance, and that's just going to be more efficient. Okay. Next way to make more money by optimizing your data feed. Data enrichments. So normally, if you create a data feed for Google, Facebook, Amazon, or any of the other 2,000 channels in 60 countries that we offer with DataFeedWatch, we are extracting product data from your store. And we're getting the product attributes, ID, description, title, everything already mentioned. But other attributes may come in handy as well, like the gross margin per product, or data about seasonality, bestseller sales, what have you. But that's not in your store, right? So you can't export that into a data feed and then send it to Google, Facebook, or Amazon. But you can, in DataFeedWatch, you can simply add a second feed. Let's say you want to use gross margin. So you create a CSV in your financial system that exports the unique ID and the gross margin for the product. You have it downloaded by DataFeedWatch, and we just merge it. So now margin, even though it wasn't in your store, is a field in your data feed. It's an attribute. And then you can start creating custom labels to modify a bit based on gross margin. Why would you do that? Let me give you an example. So let's say you sell shoes, cheap, medium, expensive shoes, sneakers. And for all of the shoes, you have a CPA of $15. You're selling a boatload of shoes. You're making a handsome profit and a big turnover, and you're a happy camper. You can leave the office early because you're making the company rich. You shouldn't be that happy. You should actually drill down into your data to find out that the cheap shoes, they have a gross margin of like $10. So with a CPA of 15, you're actually losing $5 every time you sell a pair. The medium category is okay. That's where you're currently making money. The expensive shoes, you make a ridiculous profit of $50 per pair because the gross margin is 65, and hey, the CPA was only 15, right? So you would be much better off to make less profit on the expensive shoes, but then sell a lot more of them, right? So if you're able to export your margin data per product to your data feed tool, you can actually create a custom label that says for every pair of shoes, whether it's cheap, medium, or expensive, and then you can create a lower bid for the cheap shoes, so the CPA goes down to something below 10, and you can create a higher bid with that custom label for the expensive shoes. So your CPA will go up to $20, $25. The profit will go down, but you're very likely to sell a lot more. So to me, this example is really high-level data feed optimization, because this is where it all comes together. So you're exporting data from your financial system, you're putting that into your data feed tool to create a custom label that will enable you to bid more and bid less. In other words, to increase the ROI of your campaign. Okay, so what else are we going to do, guys, to make more money with a data feed? Well, let me ask you something. If you advertise Google, Facebook, Amazon, do you really want to advertise all of your products? The answer is no, you don't. When you think about it, you don't. You can exclude products from your data feed that you think are just not profitable. For example, that have a low gross margin, or maybe if you don't have gross margin, at least they have a low price. Let's say less than $10. Gross margin must be low on $10. The CPA may be more. So why risk it? Let's not even advertise for it. So or you can just exclude complete category if you want. With simple rules. Exclude if price is less than 10, and we're done. One step further is to use the DataFeedWatch analytics module. So actually for every single product on every single channel, what the performance is. So then you can make simple rules like if a product has gotten like 50 clicks, so it's relevant, and it's gotten like 0 conversions or very low return on ad spend, just exclude it. So these are ways to really focus on the most profitable products. Last one in this category, that's actually the coolest, especially if you sell apparel, is to exclude what we call associated variants. So let's say you sell, for example, this beautiful Adidas Stan Smith white tennis shoe. Let's say it comes in 8 sizes, and at some point 4 of the 8 sizes are sold out. When you think about it, if that happens, you should stop advertising the remaining 4 sizes as well. Because if you don't, the channel, like Google, will continue to show ads for this tennis shoe. Customers will continue to click the ad, go to your site, only to find out that their size is not in stock. So again, you have a double whammy in a negative way. You just spent 50 cents or $1 for a click on your ad. But even worse, you disappointed somebody that was ready to buy. Oh, these guys don't get it. I clicked the ad and they didn't even have it. We've all seen it before. It's a very negative emotion and association with your brands. So exclude associated variants. If you have like 50% of your variants are no longer there, stop advertising. So your budget actually goes only to products that still have their full conversion potential. Okay, guys. Last one in the row already. How to make more money using a data feed is to use price monitoring. So our PriceWatch service is able to tell you for every single one of your products who else is selling it at what price. So so now you know who's actually competing against you. Broadly but once you start digging into the data, there's always more competitors than you think. When you can modify your prices. You can decide to increase or decrease them based on your competitive position. And of course, you can optimize your bids, again, by using a custom label. So now it looks something like this. Every single product, your own prices, your competitive prices. You can see a price rank. Whether you're the top dog or just like 5 guys ahead of you with a lower price. Once you can make automated rules to exclude products where you rank very low or where the price difference is like very high, or use create custom labels to bid more or bid less. Let me just do another pop quiz. Now that I know that the chat is working and I'm actually getting answers. If your product is, let's say, 20% cheaper than the competition, your product is 20% cheaper than the competition, will you bid up or will you bid down? Will you bid more money on Google to sell the product or less? It's a trick question. Let me see if I'm getting any answers. Okay, not instantly. The question is, you're going to bid down because with such a big price difference, Google is going to show your ad anyway because they know that the consumer is going to want to see your ad because of the price. So even if you bid less, they will show it. So that's great because you basically sacrificed some of your gross margin by having a very low price, and now you're earning something back by having a lower CPA. Anyway, so if you know your competitive landscape, you can modify your own prices, you can modify your bids, and again, it is a great way to make more money in your ad campaigns on any channel like Google. And that's it. We're going to move on to the next section. After I've taken a sip. Because after talking about Google Shopping campaigns and advertising on channels like Google, Facebook, and Amazon, based on the data feed, I also want to spend a little time on feed-driven text ads. So most of us remember, actually we still have the text ads, right? If you Google something, you get the SERP with those picturesque ads. Those are the product ads, but you also have text ads. There's a tiny little thing ad in front of it. And there was a time that there were only text ads. Then product ads entered into the game. And what you see today is that retailers often focus on the product ads because they're more dominant. So that is certainly true. However, if you do product ads and search ads, text ads, then this is an amazing stat, but if you do shopping and text ads, visitors to that SERP are 90% more likely to click. And it kind of makes sense because then you have two ads on the same page. You have bigger visibility. There's less space for competition. It's like reinforcing each other. So having a text ad in addition to a shopping campaign, this makes total sense. The thing is, it's going to take you a lot of time, right, to create and maintain the text ad campaign. Well, that's true, but not if you're able to automate it and to make it a feed-driven campaign. And that's exactly what we are offering. So a feed-driven text ad campaign basically works in a similar way as the shopping campaign. So we are extracting product data from your store, and then in DataFeedWatch, you're able to create ad groups and keywords and text ads. You create them once, but they're being updated 4 times a day. So your campaign is always up to speed. So why is this the greatest thing after sliced bread? Well, first of all, if you are able to create an automated text ad campaign, you're going to save a lot of time. Obviously, because it's automated, it will take you less time to create one than a manual creation. Better yet, there are daily campaigns updates. We update it 4 times a day. So that means if products go out of stock, or if you have new products coming in, it will be visible the very same day. Whereas with the manual campaign, how it is. You're lucky to like update your campaign every 2, 3, or 4 weeks. Or when the customer calls. So it's difficult. So you're not going to waste any more time on that, and you're going to be super timely. Better yet, you can get a much higher ROI on your feed-driven text ad campaign than on your manual text ad campaign. First of all, simply because you cannot exclude out-of-stock products in a manual campaign. And in an automated campaign, it happens automatically. Just make a rule: exclude if product is out of stock. Bang, it's no longer there. If it's back the next day, we'll put it back in the campaign. But without a single effort, you will never be advertising out of stock products again with a feed-driven text ad campaign. And that's going to make you money. But what's going to make you the most money is that every single product has its own unique ad group with its own specific keywords and text ads. Whereas in a manual campaign, you always end up generating more or less generic ad groups for a group of products with generic keywords and text ads. So if you are able to be more specific, you're just simply going to make a lot more money. So how is that done? Well, first of all, same thing as the previous part of the conversation. The feed is the foundation. So you start creating an excellent feed as the foundation of your text ad campaign. So you're going to have a super rich title. You're going to separate your attributes like color and size and whatever you need later on in the text ads. Obviously, in that feed, you're going to exclude all out-of-stock products, and then you're good to go. And then how are we going to create those ad groups with those keywords and those text ads? Well, keywords. Let's say you sell a product like Adidas, Predator, accelerators, men's, trainers, black. We're going to take the entire title, no, that enriched title that you created in the data feed. We're going to take the entire title and make that keyword number 1. And then we're going to truncate it. You can see it on the screen, right? So we're taking off the last word and the last 2 and the last 3. And then basically you have like every variation of that title that is now a keyword. What we subsequently do is we're going to say, okay, we're going to take all those keywords, we're going to stick them in 2 campaigns. The longest tail keyword, Adidas, Predator, Accelerator, men's, trainers, black, which stands for a unique product, a single unique product. We're going to stick that into a product campaign. And if the ad is being shown for this very long keyword and people are clicking the ad, they will be taken straight to the landing page, to the product page for that very product. So with 1 click, they are ready to buy. The shorter keywords that are more generic, we'll put in a group campaign. And of course, then every keyword represents multiple products. So Adidas, Predator, accelerators, men's, trainers is a generic keyword because there's a black variant there, there's a white variant there may be others, right? So it's more generic. And then of course the question is, so if the long tail keyword takes the clicker straight to the product page, where are the people going to go that click Adidas, Predator, accelerator? Well, that is really fancy. We're using the search page of the actual website. So let's say someone clicked an ad, a text ad that was triggered by Adidas IDPU pants, then we'll take him straight to the Adidas search page for Adidas IDPU pants, and it will show all of the pants, colors, and sizes for that product. And then the customer still has exactly what he was looking for, all possible IDPU pants. And that's how we're able to do it. And that's how we're able to create unique, as you can see, very, very unique keywords for every single product. Then how do we do the text ad? That's even better. Remember, it was feed driven. So you recognize the setup, right? With the headlines and the descriptions. So attributes like title, URL, price, anything that you put into that data feed, that we created in the first place, you can drag into the headlines and into the description. You can add text, and then you create a single format that is, it's just one format, but that is unique for every single product. And you just don't have that in a manual campaign, and way more to the point than anything else. So it's easy to set up. You probably want to do like a couple of different formats so you can continuously A/B test it. But then you run it like this, and I'm not saying it's a 5-minute job. It's probably going to take you like half an hour or an hour to set it all up. But hey, that's all. It gets you unique text ads, unique keywords, and they're updated every single day. So yeah, that's why I think that feed-driven text ads are definitely the way to go. Let me finish that with a case study. One of our South American customers was using DataFeedWatch text ads actually for an automotive customer. So you know how it is. There are so many flavors for automotive because you have brands and makes and colors, wheel sizes, and God knows what else. So lots of products, and there's a big gap between the inventory advertised and inventory available. So out of stock was like super important, and they didn't have much money to spend. So by using a feed-driven campaign, they were able to kick out thousands, tens of thousands of unique text ads and corresponding keywords to make sure that the ads were spot on, and the keywords as well, and the results were great. So a much higher CTR, a much lower CPC, because hey, quality score goes up, right? And conversions went through the roof. So yeah, 620, it's a percentage that you don't see every day. but it is the kind of impact that you can see if you're able to fully automate your text ad campaigns. Okay, with that said, my friends, I am at the end of my story, and I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you actually maybe have a few questions about the stuff that I spoke about in the last 37 minutes. I'm looking at the chat. Let me see what is coming in. Well, first of all, everyone guessed right with the question, which product, which image is going to make you click, which mistakes are common and should be avoided in terms of ads. Well, the thing that we see most when people sign up to DataFeedWatch is that they do a quick job, like, let me rename my SKU to Google's ID and my product name to title, and they do it and they think, okay, I'm fine. However, if they would visit our feed review, they will see that, for example, color was mapped properly, but there's like so many products that don't have a color. And then basically products without color are going to be disapproved, or at least they're going to be way less attractive in terms of, for Google to show. So taking time to really check out your feed and make sure that you actually have all the attributes that you want in the feed is the most important thing. It is not difficult. It just, you just need to make a little effort. Like, for example, if you don't have color in your source feed, not for any products, or maybe for a few, then you can still like extract them from your description. There's so many tricks that you can do to optimize your data feed. People often go wrong, for example, with unique identifiers. So they put in identifiers, but they're not unique, and then gets disapproved. Or they are not adding their GTIN. GTIN is not mandatory, but hey, if you have GTIN, you're definitely better off. You need it on Amazon to get your ASIN. You need it for Google in order to get like priority in terms of whether Google is going to put out your ad or somebody else's. So those are common mistakes that we that we see with the new customers. How does DataFeedWatch pull the data from Amazon listings, Shopify shops, and custom shops? Basically, two different ways. We have integrations with shopping carts like Shopify, BigCommerce, numerous other ones. Integrations mean that we have an API connection. When you sign up from your Shopify store, you connect your store to DataFeedWatch, you approve our access, and that enables us to connect every single day, or 24 times per day, to your store and download the product data. Then we also have a lot of customers that are not on the big shopping carts, or they have their bespoke shopping cart, and then they usually export their product data in a CSV file or XML, JSON on a URL. They enter the URL and DataFeedWatch, and we just fetch it every single day from that URL. Then let me just browse the questions, guys. I'm new to merchant. The Amazon question is a bit tricky. I can tell you how you get your product data into Amazon. It's like just as simple as to get it on Google or on Facebook. You just connect your account. We automatically fetch your ASINs, and you're in business. When it comes to the strategy to get out of the hell of 10 tiers, I'm going to have to pass. I'm sure one of the next speakers is going to do an excellent job there. Okay, guys, I think that is taking us to the end of the line. So let me summarize. If you are advertising, Google, Facebook, Amazon, an apparel channel, a gun channel, whatever, affiliate channel, it all starts with the data feed, sending good data to the channel. And there are so many apps out there that will basically export whatever's in your shop and stick it into the channels. Don't get me wrong, it works. It's the same data and it will make it to the channel. The core of the service that we provide is not, we'll just move your data. No, we will help you and enable you to optimize that data, because better data and more data is simply a higher ROI. I hope that my examples have convinced you that optimizing data is helpful and profitable. I see the last question. How can you increase your income in percentage approximately? How long is a piece of string? I've shown you percentages, ROI improvements of like 300 and 600%. It really can get that crazy. Obviously, it also depends on what your starting point was. Maybe you already have a very optimized campaign and a very optimized data feed. The gain may be smaller, but as I mentioned, optimizing your titles, for example, can really have a big impact, and will easily go into a few 100% in terms of, for example, traffic or sales. Let me read the next question. Question about extracting information from Amazon's backend. Some of these companies run big databases that constantly collect information. They have historical references that can be quantitatively used. That is something that we don't do, but having historical data about certain performances, like we have DataFeedWatch analytics, that can certainly be very helpful in creating a strategy for advertising on channels like Amazon or Google or Facebook. Okay, guys, going once, going twice. I've reached the end of the line. I answered all the questions. I wanna thank AMZScout. I wanna thank you guys for attending my presentation. I hope you can make good use of it, and ping me later if you guys have any questions. And for today, enjoy the rest of the show. Thanks a lot.
Hello, everyone. Let's do a quick check first. My name is Alexandra. I hope you can hear and see me. If you can, could you please type plus in the chat so we can check it? Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, if you have some technical problems, you can always ask the hosts to help you. So let's start our presentation. Welcome, everyone. It's very nice to, unfortunately, I cannot see you, but still to see so many of you today here. And today we will talk about cashbacks in general, how to increase business margins with cashback services. And of course, we will introduce our own service, Admitad Cashback, to you. We hope we can be helpful. So let's start. Or we think that most of you are Amazon sellers, aren't you? So could you please type plus if you are an Amazon seller, and if you're not, could you probably specify what you're doing so we know it better? Just a few words in the chat would be nice. Okay. So we'll talk about the strategies. Shopify store. Good. So yeah, it looks like you are Amazon sellers. Great. So as Amazon sellers, you help millions of customers on Amazon buy thousands of goods with delivery, with comfortable delivery, and our cashback services, especially B2B services for clients, business-to-business services like Admitad Cashback can help you to do that. We can help you ramp up the margin. And why? Actually, because cashback services pay rewards for your orders from suppliers all over the world. By the way, if you have any questions, just type them in the chat. Probably I will not be able to answer all of them now, but we will reply to you later. So today we have the following topics to discuss. The first one is about cashback in general. I know you know what is it, but still we will talk a bit about it. So we'll share the definition, talk about how it works, why it works, what differs it from other services, who can pay cashback, who can get cashback, right? What cashback helps you do. Also talk about types of cashback. We hope we can help you to choose a B2B cashback service, or at least give you some points that you can compare. We will talk also about the development of cashback services, and not only now, but also in the future. We will introduce our own service, Admitad Cashback, and the last but not the least, we have some special offers for you. We have bonuses at the end of the presentation, and one more thing I will not share now, so stay tuned and listen till the end, plus then you will know what special things we prepared for you today. So the first question is actually, you know, as a client, not as a business partner, but probably have you ever tried to use cashback services? And if yes, what services have you used? Can you type in the chat the names? Probably you have tried. Well, actually, I'm using it myself as a client. Okay. So if you have used any cashback services, so it's Igral. Anything else you don't use? Have you heard about Top Cashback? Probably. No? Oh, that's okay. If you haven't heard, I will tell you. So don't worry. So what is actually cashback? Cashback is a reward system where a customer, you as a customer, right, gets part of the purchase amount back. And cashback services help users to get this, right, to return part of the amount they spent in partner stores. So let's talk a bit more about how it works. So it works very easy. So a seller makes a purchase using a cashback service. And after that, the order is received by the supplier through the same cashback service. And then probably we will talk about the Walmart store, for example. And as an example, we'll take a keyboard. For example, the keyboard is around $100, right? And Walmart is ready to pay $10 to anyone, absolutely anyone who can attract new customers, right? So new sellers who will buy the keyboard. So these $10 go to the cashback service like this, right? So the seller makes the order, and after that, the supplier sees that the order was created through the cashback service, and then the supplier pays the service a fee for the purchase made. And we talked about $10, right? So these $10 will be transferred to the cashback service account. After that, the cashback service receives the fee and pays part of it to the seller in the form of cashback. So as a seller, you can get the cashback right away. And if we talk about $10, then probably it will be like $8 for you as a seller, and $2 to the go to the cashback service. So it will be something like that, right? Of course, it depends, and the percentage may vary a lot, but still, as a seller, you get some profit, right? And why does it work actually, right? So because it's a win-win situation for everyone, right? All three parties get what they want. That supplier can get new orders. Of course, you can say like, but I will get new orders anyway. Well, actually not, because these are the customers that were attracted by the cashback service. These are not your loyal clients anyway. So the supplier gets new orders and pays the prefix percentage for them. And it's actually profitable too, because it relieves the supplier from the risk of high seller acquisition costs. So it means that you can spend less money on advertising your products, and attracting new customers. So you just suggest this $10 as a cashback fee, and that's it, right? Nothing else. Of course, the cashback services efficiently attracts sellers and earns part of the fee paid by the suppliers, so they can also earn something. And the seller is in the best position here, because the seller buys the product with a discount. So you wanted to buy a keyboard, but you can buy it not for $100 but less, right? It's like $90. So the same keyboard you wanted to buy anyway. Okay, so what is next? What is the difference, right? So you say like, okay, cashback, but there are also other options. Yes, there are some options. For example, there is an option to get some coupons, right? Or you can also get bonus points, but the bonus points can burn down and you will have no time to use it, for example. Or there can be some discounts for the future. But also, right, we all want to get real money right now. So the cashback is about real money that you as a user can freely withdraw right away. So you earn it, yeah, right, and you get this $8 right away after the purchase is made. So it's fast and it's about real money that you can use. So who can pay cashback? Well, anyone who wants to get new sellers and boost up orders with the help of cashback services. So it can be about marketplaces, product sourcing companies, manufacturers and factories, wholesalers, online shops. Okay. Thank you for the questions. We'll reply to them later. Okay. Online shops, print-on-demand companies, and many more. So we have a catalog here. Just a second. Catalog. So here you can see an example of the page of our advertiser catalog. For example, you can see here Walmart. You know about it, probably AliExpress. Some of you maybe have heard about it. Costway, and the full list is available on our website, so you can go there and check. And good news is that we are always looking for new partners among advertisers. So we are focused on adding more and more product sourcing companies in the US market. So if you have some requests, you may have them. For example, you say, I want to work with this advertiser, and this advertiser is not in the list. So you can contact us, write us, drop us a few lines and tell us about it. So we probably can add this advertiser to our catalog because we have a lot of business partners and connections. So probably, and we are interested in developing it more. So you can help us to grow, right? And we can help you to work in the most efficient way. So who can actually get cashback, right? You can get cashback, and anyone who places orders on their own or knows how to generate orders for suppliers cooperating with cashback services. For example, you as Amazon sellers, and it can be different for like the same for fulfillment by Amazon services as also fulfillment by merchant. So eBay, for example, drop shippers too, online shops or fulfillment services, corporate buyers, apps, extensions, tools, plugins, and many, many more. What cashback helps a seller do? Of course, it helps you to earn money. And it's up to you how you want to spend it. You can just withdraw them and just spend it the way you want, or you can also use it to grow your account. For example, you can outperform your rivals by increasing the margins. You can also mark down the prices and attract a lot more customers. And it can also help you to reinforce your competitive positions. We all know that it's important, right? So you all want to be on the top. And then you don't have to spend a lot of money on advertising your products. So the cashback services can help you with that too. Okay. So yeah, thank you, Ivan, also for the question. Actually, it's already in the presentation. So I hope by the end of it, we will be able to answer your question. If not, then we'll continue our discussion later. So our types of cashback services are, some of you mentioned that you have used some cashback services and probably you have used it as a client. So it's about this part, B2C, right? And what is actually the advantage of it? The first and the best is about saving time, right, at the start. So it's about fast registration. So you can do it fast, just go sign up and start using, right, and getting cashback. And also numerous products and service suppliers, right? So you can receive cashback for non-business orders. So for anything you want to buy, you can get cashback. I'm using it myself too, actually, for practically everything, I guess. If I order something online, I use cashbacks all the time. So, but you know, as a client, if I want to buy a t-shirt, for example, it's just one t-shirt, right? Nothing else. But if it's something that is expensive or the order amount is large, then the amount of money is huge, right? And in this case, it can happen that your order was declined by the cashback service without any explanation. And it happens with the B2C cashback services sometimes. So in this case, you cannot actually get the money, and the order was big, and it's actually like, it's a pity, right? Isn't it? So if you order a lot and it's a huge amount, then it's probably better to switch to the B2B services. And it's not only about some orders getting lost or declined, but also about the tracking losses. Sometimes it happens with all the services, and you know it, but with B2C, it's probably harder. And with B2B, the advantages are listed here. So it's about handling larger orders, right? So we can guarantee that nothing gets lost, so you can guarantee get your payment. It's also about tracking. and tracking is important because you want to track all the actions made and all the purchases made. So for B2B cashback services, every order matters. So cashback services usually take B2B cashback services usually take great care focusing on tracking systems and supporting it. So we support not only the tracking using our tax specialists, but also the supporting our customers with a high quality support team, because for us, every seller as a partner matters, right? So you can be you don't have to worry that some questions will not be answered, or you don't get enough information. Everything will be perfect, don't worry. So, and one more thing is we have automation, saving time on order placement, and probably this is especially important for drop shippers. Maybe not for all of you, it's so important, but still, if you are a drop shipper, then automation makes sense, right? Okay, so let me see, sorry. Okay, so there are different cashback services, and you can Google and find more. We just thought that we will give you some tips how to choose one, right? What are the key points? So the key suppliers, right? So most of you know what advertisers you want to work with. So you have to make sure that they are in the catalog of the cashback service already. And if not, then you can ask and to add them before you start working, right? And the cashback rate is also important, and it can be different. So it's your job to monitor it, because it can even change within one service. And the higher cashback rate is, the better for you. So, and also the number of affiliate products. It can be that you have chosen the products, but you know that the advertiser is in the catalog, but the product is in the catalog too, but you don't get cashback for the certain product. It can happen too, so you have to check that the certain products you want to buy have cashback and the rates are great. So one more thing is about order automation. So that the tracking is good, that you can place orders easily, that service is useful, that it's easy to use, and that you can receive enough support for it. So service reliability and usability is something we take great care of. So, and now let's talk about a bit more about the future, right? Let's talk about the future. So we think, and we actually believe, that cashback service users, you are the future cashback service users, we hope, will benefit from competition among cashback services, and then you can earn more cashback down the road. And why does it happen? Or why will it happen, actually? Because more suppliers will be seeking to attract sellers with high average bills, right? So we don't want to buy one keyboard. We want huge average bills. So, then the suppliers will be cooperating with cashback services, and cashback services will become like a space of contention for suppliers, right? So you as supplier will rival each other, like offering higher cashback rates, and so it will be changing the situation, like a game-changing service in the future. And it's already here, actually. So if you check how many companies are using cashback and how many Amazon sellers are doing it, you will be surprised. And actually, we will talk about the numbers a bit later. Also, I'll tell you about the numbers. Okay, so the final part actually. So a bit information about us in general. So and the numbers, as I promised. So Admitad Cashback is a service, and actually it's a platform, an integrated platform that connects different businesses in one place. So we don't really, we invite you to our platform so you can connect advertisers and get cashback and have your business relationship together with us. Sometimes, for example, AliExpress, right? If you work with AliExpress directly and your average bill is not so big, so probably it's okay. But if you're increasing it and you reach some points, then there are some complications coming together with this. So Admitad Cashback can take care of it. So you don't have to spend time on solving these problems, because we help businesses earn cashback for online purchases, but we also help online merchants attract new audience with cashback. So as I told you, it's actually a win-win situation, right? And if we talk about the numbers, so we already have more than 2,000 partners and more than 12,000 active customers worldwide, and we invite you to join us too. So we are already 10 years in the market, and Admitad is actually a huge company with huge resources in tracking as well, and we are responsible for the quality. So we have generated more than 1 billion sales, and we paid $50 million cashback back. So our customers received a lot of cashback back. So can you imagine that? That's a huge amount, actually. We're proud of it. And now, as I promised, I told you that there will be something for you at the end of the presentation, and most of you have stayed till the end. Thank you so much for that. So you can get $10 right now if you follow the link cashback.admitad.com, and you can see it here, right? You follow the link, sign up, and then you get $10 just for signing up. And if you want to withdraw the money, you have to reach $50, so $40 more, and then you can get the money. That's our rule. Okay, but $10 is okay already. So one more useful tool that we can send you after the registration is our list with top 1,000 items. These are the items that are the most popular in different countries. There are 5 countries there. One is the USA, and 4 more. If you are curious what are the other 4 countries, then you can follow the link, sign up, and we'll send you the list, and you can check. And why this tool is so great? Actually, our customers always say that this tool is very useful. Why? Because there you can check what items, right, what products are popular in other countries, and probably get some insights that it might work in your country as well. We had such cases already that were really profitable. So, and it will keep you up to date so you know what is going on around you. So, and on our website, you can also find more information about various deals. And also we have the support and chat there. So as I told you, if we have no time to answer the questions now, then we might have them later, so you can email us, right? And if you just email us, and you can ask any questions, or you can go to the website, and there will be support chats, so you can chat with us. And we are happy to answer all of your questions. Any question, there are no silly questions, so we are actually very happy when someone asks questions, you know, because it helps us to grow too. Okay, so the last point are actually the last is that I want to thank you very much for your attention, for writing in the chat, and for answering the questions. I felt that it was like a real communication with you. Thank you so much for that. And I hope to see you as our clients, so you can go to our website and sign up, or you can also write us an email, right? So we want to find out more about you. So write us emails and introduce yourself and tell us maybe if there are some advertisers you are like really interested in, we can add them, or we can get some special offers probably. So let's continue our discussion per email, probably that would be better. Okay, so thank you so much for your attention. And actually, I don't have anything to add. Thank you. So see you next time. Bye.
Can you hear me? Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Seller Festival hosted by AMZScout with our session on how to find quality suppliers and grow your business using Alibaba.com. I am Angela Zhao, your host today. I've been working to build the Alibaba.com brand in North America since 2019. And my primary focus has been making our B2B marketplace an essential ally to US small business. I'm happy to be here to share a little bit more about what is Alibaba.com and how we can help start and scale your business. So I'm going to start showing a video to better explain what our platform is about, how it works, and the benefits it offers to global suppliers, global business buyers and sellers. Great. So I hope everyone enjoyed that little video introducing what Alibaba.com is about. I want to share a little bit more about the history of Alibaba.com. So Alibaba.com was founded in 1999 as Alibaba Group's first business unit and has become the world's leading cross-border B2B e-commerce platform. We have been named no fewer than 8 times the best B2B website in the world by Forbes magazine. And as the video stated, Alibaba.com is like an online trade show, open 24/7, 365 days a year, where sellers of the world can connect with buyers domestically and globally. And Alibaba.com covers every step of the global e-commerce journey, from your seller storefront to company profile and product listings to keyword advertising that allows your store and products to be discoverable. Those are the tools to facilitate communication between buyers and sellers, like real-time translation and a request for quotation. We also have payment protection and the logistics to complete your online transaction in the most smooth and frictionless way. So what is actually on the Alibaba.com marketplace? Well, we have over 160,000 suppliers, over 16 million active buyers coming from over 190 different countries and regions. Those buyers, the active buyers we have on Alibaba.com normally send around 300,000 inquiries each day to our suppliers. The breadth and depth of our supply is really amazing. And here's just a sample of the regions where we have sellers and what categories they're really strong in. For example, we have consumer electronics from China and a food and a beverage from the United States. Finally, the chart all the way on the right side shows you the top 20 countries our buyers come from, starting from the United States, and the second one is Australia, Canada, all the bottom, the last one is Japan. And here's an overview of the value-added services for buyer that we will dive a little bit more into in a little bit. Payment protection and Alibaba.com Freight is something I really want to share with all of the audience today. First of all, I want to share with you a little bit more about Alibaba.com Trade Assurance. It is a payment protection service, and it offers convenient payment options, which means you can choose how to pay with flexible options. It also provides you that payment security, which means payment is tracked to ensure that it gets to the supplier in the safest way. And whenever there's an issue with your product quality or delivery, Alibaba.com is going to step in and assist you during the dispute process to make sure that the refund is in process, is going to be delivered to you in time. And the next value-added services I want to shed light on is the Alibaba.com Freight, powered by our partner Freightos. It provides a fully digitized quoting and booking management experience with competitive pricing and end-to-end shipment transparency. Alibaba.com Freight helps small business demystify the traditionally very complex and opaque cross-border shipping experiences. You can instantly compare quotes from a list of reputable and verified logistic providers. Find the most optimal shipping mode, whether it be ocean or air freight, and read customer reviews before making a business decision. Post-booking management is also very simple, and the customers can get live tracking updates, document management, freight forwarder communications, and real-time support, all through your product portals. And so everything is very intuitive and easy for you to make sure that you're shipping, the products you're shipped from overseas arrives in time, and then you can track it with a lot of transparency. All right. So the next slide, I want to share a few stories of our buyers on Alibaba.com. You are probably very curious what type of buyers, what type of business are actually sourcing on Alibaba.com and are leveraging our platform to grow and scale their business. So I'll give you 3 examples. The first story I want to share today is Nasha Boston of Boss Beauty. So Nasha is a business owner who wanted to run her business more efficiently. When she discovered Alibaba.com to source bulk packaging and branded items, this really helped her online beauty company reach a new level of success by streamlining the product development process and keeping her costs very competitive against other larger beauty brands. The second story I want to share is a business called Core US. The CEO of Core US, John Duman, came across Alibaba.com when he began selling private label products. John tried Alibaba.com Freight for his international shipments and couldn't be happier. It was a simpler and more transparent experience where he felt in control. It took the complications out of finding a freight forwarder and arranging his own international shipping. He saved so much time to devote energy into his business instead of worrying about where the product is every step of the way. And the third story I want to share is Casey, who started his business called Week 10. When Casey started his business, he really needed specialized suction cups to build the board the way he envisioned it. And he found the perfect supplier on Alibaba.com and now has a supply chain set up that allows him to focus on building his business. He also used Alibaba.com Freight shipping solution and is able to track his orders door to door, giving him a lot of peace of mind. And now the next slide is basically mapping out the journey, this sourcing journey on Alibaba.com, from finding products and suppliers to connecting with suppliers to placing an order, and you pay for your suppliers, you pay for your products with your suppliers, and then finally you take care of the logistic. The last step, you have your product shipped door to door for your business. Let's switch gears a little bit and talk about how do we use Alibaba.com to find the right suppliers for your products. I just want to share some tips and suggestions for any new user who hasn't been on Alibaba.com, or you are old user, existing user who has sourced on Alibaba.com before, but still want to learn some tips and tricks. So when you go to Alibaba.com and you put in a product you want to search for, you want to source from a supplier either in China or overseas, you will be able to see a list of suppliers generated on your page. And I would encourage everyone to pay close attention to products and suppliers promoted on the top. The higher ranks normally mean that the products have more details listed, better image quality, better conversion rate, and a reliable supplier profile. It doesn't necessarily mean that suppliers with lower ranking are not offering good products, but the chances are the suppliers who are featured on top normally offer really detailed information, and it has a higher chance guarantee that they are going to offer quality products and services. And when you check out a supplier, when you try to assess a supplier, the most important information is on the right side. I scored it, featured, you can actually see in the green box. I wanted you to pay very special attention, close attention to supplier description on the right. In the green box, I highlighted. You want to select the suppliers who are verified, which has this verified icon right next to it. It means that they have been inspected by third-party professional inspection companies on their business profile, and you can find out the report on the supplier page. Last but not least, let's talk a little bit about how to communicate with quality suppliers when you start your sourcing journey. The first tip is always use Alibaba.com communication tools, including instant chat or email from the website. it will make sure that Alibaba.com oversees this entire sourcing communication and the transaction process, and jump in if there is any problem or issue you have with suppliers. And I also encourage everyone to use RFQ, which is short for request for quotation. If you find that it's really challenging for you to find a proper supplier, a quality supplier, because your products are very niche, or you just have trouble finding products within a certain price range, I really encourage sellers to start leveraging the RFQ tool. Make sure that you check out the details of the supplier before you chat and contact with them, including their company overview, main products, quality control, research and development capability, definitely the verify inspection report. And this is going to save you so much time and help you better understand who you are working with, if this supplier is going to meet your standard, and if this supplier is going to provide you the type of products that meets the quality you want it to be. You also want to, when you talk with your suppliers, also make sure that you clearly describe your demands, including your products, country, customization requests, or other demands. You do not have to tell them the targeted price and quantity at the beginning of your conversation or negotiation. Don't have to reveal that type of details, but be sure to tell them whether you need your product customized, whether you need to add logo, what country do you want this product to be shipped to, what type of products you are looking to work with your suppliers on. So those are very basic information you want to communicate from the get-go. Make sure that you ask your supplier to provide a list of their new products, as well as sometimes suppliers may not post all their new products on Alibaba.com. So, you want to use this personal opportunity when you connect with them to ask, hey, do you have any hidden gem that you are not posting on Alibaba.com that we can work with for me to bring to market and gain a competitive edge? So make sure to, build a relationship with your supplier, and so you can feel comfortable asking your supplier that question, and to feel, to secure some new products that other sellers may not have. Last but not least, don't hesitate to request for samples and then check warranty information. Be sure that everything is negotiable with suppliers from business perspective. If anything, is within, is not being offered by your supplier, you can always ask them, hey, can you actually provide this? Just remember, everything is negotiable. Yeah. And if you have any more questions, I encourage everyone to go to Alibaba.com Buyer Central to learn more about, everything you may be curious about. What is Alibaba.com, how to source. If you're new to sourcing on Alibaba.com, we also, will walk you step by step through the sourcing journey, from how to connect with the supplier all the way to how to get your product shipped from China or somewhere else to United States or another country. We also have a lot of exciting, interesting buyer stories that you can get inspiration from. Especially when you're starting your entrepreneurial journey, I'm sure that you want to hear from other people how they kick off their business and start to grow and scale their product diversity, and bring their business to the next level. I think that's pretty much it. I'm happy to answer any questions if we do have any questions. If not, I think we're good.
Hi everyone, I'm Jing, the founder of JingSourcing, and it's really an honor to join this event to share with you my thoughts and experience on sourcing products from China. And that's what I've been doing for the 7 past years. So firstly, let me have a quick self-introduction. I'm based in Yiwu, China, where is the largest wholesale market in the world, and most of experienced importers, they should know this city. And literally, I born and grew up here in this city, so I know how manufacturers are working and how to source products when I was even in the school. So back to the 2015, I started up my own sourcing company here, and it's called JingSourcing. And now we have around 80 staffs, and we started supporting Amazon sellers from the United States since 2016, and till now, over 70% of our customers, they are doing e-commerce, and most of them, they are Amazon sellers. So, and also many of them, they have become $1 million sellers. And we help them find the best manufacturers in China, help them follow up productions, check quality, ship product to Amazon, and everything just in one-stop solution. So they don't need to bother with anything on sourcing or supply chain management. And in addition, I also have a YouTube channel, and the name is also JingSourcing. And currently we have around 40K subscribers. And I strongly recommend you to watch the playlist called Import from China Guide and Alibaba Sourcing Guide, these two playlists. And I guarantee these two playlists is the best in the whole YouTube channel that has very detailed explain how to import from China and how to use Alibaba. And all your questions about how to import from China will be also answered there. Okay, so let's move to today's topic, and I'd like to share some common mistakes that a lot of people will make when they are purchasing product from China. And for these common mistakes, it's not only that beginners will make, and also for people who have 5 or 6 years of experience, they will also make. And any of these common mistake that I have mentioned today will easily help you avoid loss of thousands of dollars. First common mistake that I'm going to talk about is a lot of beginners, when they are start to sell products, start to choose what product to sell, they usually like to choose different type of products, and for each product they will probably just buy a couple $100. Sometimes they even choose like one product, and they want to have as many colors as possible. And sometimes they even require to add logo, or they want to customize private label packagings. I know that what they want is, with a limited budget, they can try as many products as possible, and if they can find that which products has a potential to sell well, then they can be more focused on this product. And every day our website got a lot of new inquiries that to help them find products. And sometimes we can really feel that if this seller can have very high chance to be successful just by looking at the product, the quantity, and the customization requirement they gave us. And for those inquiries who try to want to order like less quantity but to test as many products as possible, really I didn't see many of them have succeed if they didn't change this strategy. $100, $200, or $300 just for one product. It's very not possible to find the real manufacturer to make it, and you can only get the product from some wholesalers, because for the real manufacturer, usually their minimum order quantity is around $1,000 or even more. Getting product from wholesalers, it's very hard to guarantee that if they can deliver very stable quality in the next order when you want to reorders, because they are getting products from different manufacturers. Sometimes for a couple $100 budget for one product, it's not possible to make any customization. So it's not possible for you to make your product different from others. Except for you cannot purchasing directly from the manufacturer, and the biggest problem is that you didn't really do a very good product research, and that's why you want to try as smaller quantity as possible. Then the second common mistake that I want to talk about is a lot of people, they care too much about the product's price. For sure, the product price is very important, but it's not so important. And for most of successful multiple million sellers that I have known, none of them they are getting the lowest price in the market, but all of them they are in love with their suppliers, and the relationship is very solid, because because once a good business relationship is built, that you can trust each other, so you barely need to spend any effort on the supply chain management, and you can always get what you ordered in time. So if you're getting quote from different suppliers from Alibaba, the number one thing that you need to care about is the communication of suppliers. A good communication means supplier can always understand your requirement, and they can answer every your questions very well. Well, it sounds like very simple and basic, but I can tell you that even when we are communicating with our suppliers in China, sometimes we feel it's very difficult, and we have to repeat our questions again and again. Then we can get answer, or they even didn't answer some of our questions. Even though all of us are speaking Chinese, there's no time zone difference, language barriers, culture difference, but still we feel it's hard to communicate some of them. In addition, you also need to care about the supplier's background, such like how many years they are making this kind of product or this product, and you can also let supplier to ship you samples that you can compare quality. Because sometimes some suppliers they prefer to use less material or cheaper material to reduce the production cost. So in this case, it seems that you are getting the best price, but that also means you are getting the worst quality. You can also confirm if the supplier have related qualification or certification that Amazon platform need or the custom clearance need. And then you can also compare suppliers' lead time to make the product, and what is the defective rate that they can promise. And also you can compare different suppliers' price breakdown for different quantity, which is very important for your future orders. So there are so many things that you can compare between suppliers instead of just their first quote. The next common mistake that a lot of people, even for people who have years of experience, they will also make, that is always ask the manufacturer to quote price based on the FOB term. And I have also seen a lot of tutorial on internet that they teach students to always get FOB price from the suppliers. And I have to say it really depends. And sometimes you are even paying more money than you need to pay. So firstly, let me introduce some basic trade terms that you will frequently use. That is EXW, DDP, and FOB. EXW price means the manufactured price, and you need to pay all the costs from the manufacturer's warehouse to deliver to your final destination, and you are paying all the costs. The DDP price means the manufacturer will pay all the logistic and import-export costs, and also the import duty. They will ship the product from their warehouse all the way to your final destination. And the FOB price means the manufacturer, they will pay all the costs from their warehouse to a seaport or airport in China, and they will also pay the exporting cost. However, if you choose FedEx or DHL, this kind of like courier company to ship, I strongly recommend you to ask the supplier to quote you the EXW price, because the courier shipping cost is charged by each kilogram, and this price has include all the cost. The courier company, they will also go to your supplier's warehouse to pick up cargoes instead of a seaport or airport in China. So if you are paying supplier product price in FOB term, obviously you are paying more money. In this case, it's better to ask the supplier to return you the price difference between EXW turn and FOB turn. And for FOB turn, there's also very important information is that you need to make sure that for each shipment, the total shipping volume is over than 2 CBN or more than 500 kg. Yeah, just to make sure each shipment is a big shipment each time. Because for each shipment, there is a lot of fixed cost for the exporting, which is about like $200 to $300 per shipment. So if the product you order in each shipment is very less quantity, then the average FOB cost on the product will be very expensive. So here, let me give you an example. If you want to purchase 5 different products and each product is less than 2 CBN, if you want to order from 5 manufacturers, then it's better to get the EXW price, and then you can find a freight forwarder or sourcing company like our company to go to the manufacturer to pick up cargo and then consolidate into one shipment to export. Otherwise, you will pay 5 times of the fixed FOB cost to different suppliers. And if you are buying these 5 different products just from one supplier, you can ask them to quote the FOB price, which is based on the whole shipment of these 5 products instead of the FOB price for the shipment of each product. Yeah, just to make sure that they didn't add the fixed part of the FOB cost in the quote of each product. The next common mistake that I want to talk about is a lot of people, they don't do enough research on the qualification they need for import or sell certain products. And sometimes some of them, they will source a product and place order to a supplier first. Then they try to create the product listing on Amazon. And then they will find the certification that Amazon needs them to provide is something that the supplier cannot provide, or maybe the product they ordered from the supplier, they cannot pass related lab testings. And some people, they don't even do the research about what kind of certification they need to provide if they want to import a product to America or Europe. And they just ask a supplier to ship the product. And when the product arrived at the port of the destination country, then they find the product is stopped by the custom during the import process, because the custom need related compliance certifications. And the custom, they will not inspect each shipment every time. It's all by chance. So once they find your shipment didn't have related certifications, very probably that your product is going to be destroyed. So I strongly recommend you, before you decide what kind of product to purchase, it's better to do research, such like what kind of certification does Amazon need. And you can find the related information in the seller center, or you can just send inquiry to the selling partner to ask them that what kind of certification do they need. And also for the certification needed by the custom, you can ask the party who help you handle the DDP shipping. It could be a freight forwarder or your supplier or a sourcing company. Just ask them what kind of certification they need for the import process. And except for certifications, you can also do a research about if the product has any like patent issue in the country that you will want to sell. Because if the product has a patent issue, then you have very high chance that you are not going to sell this product. The next common mistake is also usually made by both new and experienced importers. That is, a lot of people, they don't have a very clear time schedule for the whole sourcing project. And it really costs a lot of time if you want to customize or develop products, and it takes a couple of months or even longer time. It's quite normal. So it's better to have a very clear sourcing time schedule, especially if you want to catch a very special period to sell the product. You need to schedule how many times that you need to choose suppliers, check samples, place order, and hire third-party inspection, and also shipping. And my suggestion is you always need to add 15 to 30 days, extra days in this schedule in case of any delay in any of these steps. Especially unexpected delay will happen during the importing and custom clearance process. So for a lot of experienced importers, especially for those who are doing the traditional international trading business, they will start to their purchasing plan at least 6 months in advance, such like they will finish the whole purchasing plan before July just for their Christmas orders. If you want to customize the product, then it's better for you to get the graphic designs as early as possible. And it usually happens that some customers, they pay the deposit for the whole order. The manufacturer, they have to wait half a month or even 1 month, then they can get the final design file. Then they can start the manufacturing, and it's really not worthy to waste of time on just waiting for the design files. The next common mistake that a lot of people are making is they always ask product supplier to ship products. It looks quite nice that the supplier can help you take care of all the logistic and the import-export process, but sometimes you will pay extra more money, because a lot of suppliers, when they quote the product price, they will quote it very low in order to have more chance to get your order. But when you place order, then they will quote you very expensive shipping costs. And also a lot of manufacturers in China, they will focus on the selling product just to certain countries or areas. For example, if their main country for exporting is Mid East, then less likely they will have customer from United States or Europe. So in this kind of situation, they don't have any existing freight forwarder resource that can help you ship to United States or Europe. And also for their shipping quote to get from freight forwarders will be very expensive. Every time you want to inquire the shipping cost from product suppliers, you can also get a shipping quote from the freight forwarder or your sourcing company. In this case, you can ensure if the shipping quote from your supplier is very compatible. Otherwise, you can just ask the freight forwarder or sourcing company to help you ship the product. So in order to solve all the problems that I have mentioned, a lot of sellers, they choose to use our service to help them handle the whole sourcing project. So let me have a short introduction of our service and also explain how we can support you here in China. We have two types of service, the Pro plan and the Basic plan. The Basic plan is more suitable for those sellers who have own suppliers. They will place order by themselves, they will follow up the production by themselves, but they need us to help them collect products, inspect quality, and also consolidate shipment. And for the Pro service, we will follow up the manufacturing process because we don't have any time zone difference and the language barriers with Chinese suppliers. So we can help you ensure that all your products are made according to your requirement. And especially when you want to place order to multiple suppliers, our Pro service can help you save a lot of time. And also we can help you like customize your product packagings. Sometimes if your order quantity is not enough for the manufacturer to help you customize the packaging, then we can help you do that because we have a lot of packaging suppliers. They can help us to customize packaging box for a very small quantity. Both Pro plan and the basic plan, we can help you handle the inspection. We can check product qualities and also help you handle the shipping to Amazon. So for the Pro service, you can decide to choose the supplier you find by Alibaba, or you can use a supplier sourced by us. So you can compare the quality and compare the price and choose the best supplier that you like. And then if you use our suppliers, if you use the supplier sourced by us, we will guarantee the quality. So if you receive better quality products, and you will get compensation directly from us. And if you use your own supplier, the supplier you find by Alibaba, and if during the inspection process we find the quality issue, we will help you negotiate with the suppliers until the problem is fixed. If you use a third-party inspection company to do the inspection, what they can do is just tell you the inspection is positive or negative. Then you need to spend a lot of time to negotiate with the supplier all by yourself to fix the problem. And then you also need to pay extra money to hire the third-party inspection for the second or third inspection, which will cost you a lot of time and also money. But if no matter you use the basic plan or the Pro plan, we will help you negotiate with the supplier until the problem is fixed. And the process to work with us is very simple. You can send an inquiry on JingSourcing.com, and then we will assign you an agent to support. He will support you all the way until you receive products. Once he got the inquiry, and they will reach out to the manufacturers and get you the quotation. Then if you are satisfied with the solution and the price, then you can order some sample to check the quality. You can also ask the supplier you find on Alibaba to ship all the samples to our office, then we can help you compare and ship all the samples to you. We can also save you a lot of courier costs for the samples. Then if the sample quality is good, you need to pay 30% deposit, then we can help you start the production. Before product shipping out of China, we will also ship you samples from the massive production. You can check the quality. Then if everything is good, you pay the 70% balance before shipping, and then we will arrange shipping all the way to Amazon. Thank you so much for your time for watching this presentation, and hope you enjoyed today's content. And if you have any question about China sourcing or need help from our team, you can send an inquiry on JingSourcing.com, and our consulting service is totally free. So have a nice day. Bye.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Imelda from Spocket. I'm the Senior Operations Manager here at Spocket. We are a dropshipping marketplace that enables over 60,000 online retailers to source products from thousands of suppliers all over the world. We focus primarily on fast shipping, North American, as well as European products. Just to make sure if everybody is familiar with the term dropshipping, I just want to make sure dropshipping is essentially a retail order fulfillment method that does not require you to acquire or purchase inventory or physical stock. Basically, if you are a dropshipper, so think of it as this dropshipping model right here, you don't have to purchase any items from your suppliers. All you have to do is just import these beautiful items into your store. And once an order comes from your customer, then you forward your order to your supplier, and your supplier is the one that sends your items to your customers. That's a little bit about dropshipping. And so today I'll be presenting 4 things to review with your supplier before you start dropshipping. So these are some of the tips as well as set of questions to ask your supplier before you embark on your dropshipping journey. And these tips will be particularly useful for those of you who are thinking to dropship for the first time. Or for seasoned dropshippers, I hope this will be able to give you a little bit of insights into dropshipping from Spocket's perspective. Alrighty, so to briefly go over why this is important to review your suppliers thoroughly. So I believe all the other presentations have also summarized this, but first, of course, reduce costs. So vetting your suppliers and establishing good working relationships will not only deliver cost savings, but they'll reduce availability problems, delays, quality issues, and in general, that just means better service for your consumers. It also contributes to increased efficiency because when you do thorough initial communication with your suppliers, it allows you to gain a more complete understanding of, to allow your suppliers to gain more complete understanding of your business. And this also allows them to meet your needs more effectively as well. So delays in supply chain will decrease, flow operations will greatly improve. And when any issues happen, for example, like order issues, delays, and whatnot, a healthy working relationship with your supplier will essentially make the issue so much easier to resolve. So a good example, if let's say that your supplier understands that you run heavy campaigns during 4th of July or something, then they know to allocate more manpower for fulfillments during those periods for you. So one of the first things to check as you want to review from your supplier is obviously their product inventory. So most experienced dropshippers would agree that managing inventory across multiple suppliers is one of the biggest challenges that you'll face running your dropshipping business. So you don't want to pour advertising money into your products only to later find out that your suppliers ran out of stock when orders started pouring in. That's definitely not a great way to attract repeat business as well as loyal customers. So below are some of the things that we recommend that you ask your suppliers. So first is, what is the average number of days that your products go out of stock? So in other words, what is your inventory turnover rate? So this gives you a bit of an idea of like your campaign period and how long do you have before their products run out of stock. You also want to ask them, what is the average number of inventory count per product SKU? So depending on which suppliers you work with, if you're working with a smaller independent brands, which a lot of dropshippers are trying to do, especially when you do eco-friendly products, you may have to be more comfortable with the fact that they only produce in small batches and may run out of stocks from time to time. So you can then use this information to set better expectations as well with your customers. It's all about visibility, transparency, and making sure that your customers have the right expectations from you. You also want to ask, do you typically restock your items when they go out of stock, or do they typically get discontinued right away? So this obviously affects you if you're a new dropshipper. When you're early and you're trying to build your brand, you want to work with products that are not limited in quantity and have assurance that your suppliers can always restock your items, especially when you're testing your products and your campaigns out. Maybe you'll have 1 or 2 items that become your best sellers, and you want to make sure that your suppliers have stocks for those. But as you become a more seasoned dropshipper, then you can start incorporating more limited items from your supplier during Christmas or during Valentine's and other seasonal events. You also want to ask, do you accept back orders, and how long does it take to fulfill a back order? So if you're working with a furniture supplier, for example, their back order can take months. And this is what I've seen in this era in the pandemic, backorder can take 2 to 3 months or even more. So you'll need to set proper expectations with your customers in order to avoid having angry customers waiting on you. Some of the other things that you can also check are things that you can check on your own. So the suppliers have any product data feed available. So product data feed can look something like this, which is an Excel spreadsheet containing all of your suppliers' products in a CSV format. So most suppliers would update this on a daily basis, and most suppliers also upload this on their website for you to be able to download. But if they don't, you can typically contact their customer support on their website and ask for a product data feed. So you can, what we would recommend is you actually download this on a daily basis for a period of time. So then you can see the movement of their inventory count and you don't have to take their word for it and you can just prove it yourself. Another thing you can check is, are there ways to sync their inventory with your inventory in real time? Meaning if your supplier's inventory go up and down, this would reflect automatically in your store, preventing your customers essentially from checking out of stock products. This is going to save you a lot of headache, to be honest, because you don't want your customers to check out out of stock products and have it to just give them the bad news later. So this is especially important. You have multiple suppliers. And how does this work? Essentially, you have to create or establish a direct API integration with your suppliers. Or if your supplier is on a platform like Spocket, essentially, you're able to sync your inventory with thousands of different suppliers on Spocket. And we offer integrations with 8 different e-commerce platforms right now, like Shopify, BigCommerce, Wix, Squarespace, Square, and more. We continuously add more integrations as we go. And last tip on product inventory is that you can also do your own research by going to the supplier's websites. So typically on their website's product listing, you won't be able to see how much inventory they have. But if your supplier is on Shopify websites, you'll be able to actually just right-click, click view page source, and you'll be able to search for the inventory quantity. So you'll see that for this plant, the supplier has a total inventory of 106 and determine if you're comfortable with this kind of average volume. The next part that you'll need to review is, unsurprisingly, your supplier's customer support. So this has been touched upon in previous presentations as well, but the good and bad thing about dropshipping particularly is while you don't have to invest in buying a ton of inventory, there is a complexity as you are involving a third party to fulfill your orders. So you do have reliance on other people to get the job done, essentially. So for all of you seasoned merchants, I'm quite sure that by now you have accepted that things can get messy when it comes to e-commerce. Things happen, you have botched orders, out of stock items, fulfillment problems, and these are some of the things that you need to be prepared to handle. So then if you sort this out in the beginning, you'll less likely to crumble from frustration when things happen. So having reliable communication with your supplier in this situation is key. So these are some of the things that we recommend that you ask. So what is your process to handle returns and how long does it take? So if you handle returns correctly and have an amazing return policy and also experience, this can become your competitive advantage. So it's important to sort this out early in your review process with your suppliers. And we also recommend that you personally try to go through the return process so you can see what your customer journey looks like. If your supplier return policies aren't great, that doesn't have to be the deal breaker. Typically, some dropshippers may actually account this as part of the business expense. So essentially, you decide that you want to absorb these return costs yourself. So making your customers have this amazing return experience, and you then manage the return budget on your own as a business expense. The next part that we would recommend that you ask is, what is the average time taken to get an issue resolved? We always recommend that you do several test orders to be able to dry run all of these messy situations in a lower stakes setting. So that way you'll able to see the true customer support speed that your supplier can truly offer. We also recommend that you ask whom to approach for product inquiries as well as order issue inquiries. Are there different teams that handle these inquiries? Because a lot of companies, especially if they're bigger ones, they have different teams that handle different inquiries. So get a feel for how the supplier actually manages their operations. You want to know how to get your inquiries resolved in the shortest amount of time. So if there are companies on LinkedIn particularly, you might be able to find some of their employees on LinkedIn and get a feel on how their operations run by seeing what kind of people are running which job titles and how many people are there. So it's not a perfect world out there. LinkedIn doesn't have all of the suppliers, but if you can find them there, it's a good start. Other things to look out for is you also want to get connected to a specific person within the supplier's company. This allows you to just establish a working relationship with that specific representative. And that specific person can also get to know your business at a deeper level and anticipate your needs just a lot better than a general customer support. You also want to know what is your supplier's preferred method of communication: email, Skype, WhatsApp, WeChat, phone calls. Sometimes you don't always have the bargaining power to ask your suppliers to communicate using your preferred method, but sometimes you just have to roll with what works for them the most and just work with that. If you find that all these mediums are too overwhelming to handle, especially if you have so many suppliers all at once, at Spocket particularly, you can ask our 24/7 customer support team to just help you contact your suppliers on your behalf, so you don't have to deal with all these hassle. So of course, like all of these are super important because your amazing customer support from your supplier in turn means that you can provide amazing customer support for your customers. And this can become one of your competitive advantages, as I mentioned. So now that you've done all the initial product and customer support research with your supplier, you then need to move on to checking their order fulfillment. So this is the most important aspect, as your business doesn't work if your suppliers do not fulfill your orders properly in a dropshipping setting. There are quite a bit of things to go over, but here are some of the things that we would recommend to check. So first is, of course, what is your processing duration? But most importantly, ask exactly what is their order processing duration during certain high season. So for example, right now we're going to Q4, which is the biggest shopping season ever. So you want to ask what is their processing time during these busy seasons. And if you're particularly selling very time-sensitive items like gifts, you want to be extra sure that your supplier can fulfill within their specified time. You also want to make sure that you manage your customers' expectations by letting them know about delay expectations if there are any. During Christmas particularly, you also want to ask, like, what is the last date that they can accept orders for the items to actually be received for Christmas. This way you can actually capitalize on seasonal items, and this can really make your business really grow. You also want to ask, what is your shipping duration for both domestic and international shipments? The more countries they ship to, the larger your potential target will be, and that's just very sensible. Also, you want to ask if they offer samples. This allows you to check their product quality and packaging. And at Spocket particularly, you can actually just purchase samples from any of the suppliers that we have on board. You also want to ask, how do you charge shipping by weight, by categories, or flat rate, as well as do you offer expedited shipping? This is an opportunity for you to upsell and earn extra profit margin on your own store, and or make this one of your competitive advantages if fast shipping is essentially something that you want to focus on. You also want to ask them, do you allow order cancellation? If so, what is the policy around it? This typically happens to newer dropshippers where you can't really afford the fact that your customers will get upset and drop you 1-star reviews if they, for example, accidentally press checkout, which happens. So you want to make sure that your supplier also has some amount of flexibility in allowing order cancellation. You also, later on, as you grow, want to ask them, how many orders can you fulfill per day? So this is particularly very important to check if you're planning to scale your campaign. Many dropshippers encounter issues when they assume that their suppliers will be able to handle the sudden surge in volume, and issues will start to happen if you don't communicate with your suppliers, essentially. This is especially important going into the holiday season, as you imagine, like, the supplier will experience surge from every other dropshipper that they have. Other things to look out for in terms of order fulfillment is your supplier experience in B2B order fulfillments. So are there any reviews from other dropshippers? Are they listed on dropshipping marketplace like Spocket? And if yes, how long have they been there for? So you know exactly that they know what they're doing in terms of B2B fulfillments. You also want to know, does the supplier have a lot of monthly traffic. You can utilize websites like SimilarWeb, for example, to find out more about their traffic and traffic pattern. This way, you'll be able to see how large is their operation right now. Like you can pretty much guesstimate their capacity as well as their ability to fulfill your orders. So last but not least, you also want to think ahead. What does your brand look like when you get a little bigger? Or even to start with, if this is something that you are interested in. Do you want to continue dropshipping as is? Do you want to venture out into white labeling, customization? Do you want to venture out into creating your own products from scratch? So one of the easier ways to start building brand loyalty is to make sure that your branding exists on as many touch points with your customers, including your products, your invoices, your product packaging, your shipping packaging, etc. So some suppliers can accommodate printing custom logo for dropship orders, and that just allows you to build better brand loyalty. Some of the things that we recommend that you ask is, what are the aspects of the order packaging that you can customize? Are you able to provide branded invoices? So that means that if nothing else can be customized, can you just input one invoice with my logo in it in a piece of paper so that it looks like the order is coming from me? At Spocket specifically, our platform actually generates branded invoicing with your company logo on it for every single one of your orders, so that your suppliers will have to include that in your shipments. This just allows you as the dropshipper to make sure that your customers feel more connected to your business and have more brand loyalty to you as well. You also, of course, want to ask them, are you able to provide branded packaging with your logo on it? And also, what is the minimum order quantity, if any? There are some suppliers that don't really require any minimum order quantity at all. We have suppliers who sell custom printed leggings, for example, and they're able to do custom tags without any minimum quantity. And that's a great way to start building your brand from scratch. You also want to ask, obviously, what does the process look like? Because you want your brand and your logo to be represented well. And the last thing you want is to have your logo skewed and stretched out in very strange manner. So ask exactly, what does the process look like? What are the commitments that you need to make up front? And that just allows you to create a custom product that actually will work well for your customers. And yeah, that wraps up our discussion for today. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to connect with you on email or LinkedIn. You can find my name there as well as my email. But we also have a 24/7 customer support who can help answer your questions faster as well. And thank you for your time today.
The future of e-commerce, how to drastically decrease your supplier onboarding time. Today's customers don't want to spend months waiting on suppliers to be onboarded. They expect a fast and convenient buying experience. And why not? With custom APIs and powerful automation tools, the capability is definitely there. However, months pass by and we find ourselves in the same predicament. Think of the convenience of clicking on an item and having it shipped the same day you order it. Now picture that process taking months because of manufacturers and retailers using the same clunky data. That's exactly what happens during the supplier onboarding process. Despite a revolution in automation and cloud computing, there's still no instant feature to speed up the process. The holidays are often a great time to sell and purchase items. We find that most customers are willing to spend more for products during this time. And when you have a great item and you're not able to market it, well, this can be costly. Not only do you miss out on sales and advertising, you now have issues with potential loss of profits. The solution often requires us to waste more money trying to attract lost customers or spending 5 times the amount to bring in new ones. There are 3 strategies that can drastically shorten your supplier onboarding time. 1. Consolidate your suppliers onto a single management platform. 2. Join a retail network of select suppliers to speed up product discovery and onboarding. And 3. Take advantage of cloud-based sourcing for seamless integration with suppliers all over the globe. Typically, all 3 approaches require some time and investment, whether it be working with a third party or creating your own APIs. However, Doba is quite unique. They actually combine all 3 approaches and reduce your supplier onboarding time to about 15 days. There are many benefits to a quick supplier onboarding time, from freeing up operational costs, product sourcing, and staying ahead of the competition. First, operational costs involved in a lengthy onboarding process can be astronomical, from hiring skilled developers and IT experts to paying them for all the long hours they work. Wouldn't your money be spent better freeing up costs for new customer acquisition and retention? Second, saving money allows you to test new products and find the ones that give you the best ROI. And when a new fad hits the market, you can confidently jump on board knowing that you won't be late to the party. Finally, you'll be several steps ahead of your competitors. That means you can grow your business by attracting more customers, adding products they can't find anywhere else, expanding product offerings faster, and not having to pay overhead costs that plague many emerging businesses. What is Doba? Doba is the industry-leading dropshipping platform for experienced business professionals and aspiring entrepreneurs. With a catalog over 1 million products and over 18 years experience, Doba bridges the gap between suppliers and retailers by simplifying the dropshipping process from start to finish. How does dropshipping work? First, we start off with our supplier. When onboarded, they give us their product data and we add it to our online marketplace. Once it's listed on Doba's marketplace, any of our loyal 25,000 retailers can order it. After it is purchased in our system, the supplier will receive a notification stating that there is an order waiting for them. The supplier then processes it and blind ships it to the retailer. When it comes to using Doba, our online marketplace gives you many options while providing you with the most reliable service. Here at Doba, we screen all suppliers to make sure that you receive the best quality of products. We want to ensure that you have minimal issues when navigating or looking through the Doba dashboard. And if you're not sure long-term how you want your business to grow, well, Doba allows you flexibility with all your subscriptions. Let's talk integrations. Doba offers many top integrations, such as eBay, Amazon, WooCommerce, and even Shopify. Don't use them? No problem. Doba is always working behind the scenes to accommodate suppliers in their integrations. So if you're not sure which one works for you, go ahead and just ask. Let's look at a few testimonials. Holly O from New Mercy says, "Our experience with Doba since 2015 has been a beneficial one. Through our partnership, we have been able to augment our product offerings with a range of diverse vendors that are offered through Doba's integration. As a result of this relationship, we have been able to offer our customers high-quality products from reliable vendors that we would otherwise have not had access to. We look forward to our continued relationship as we have seen an annual increase in both revenue and profitability." Thank you for attending the Doba Future of E-commerce presentation. Please feel free to reach out to us with any questions. Dropshipping Simplified.
Good evening, everyone. Can you guys hear me? All right, please, can somebody let me know if you guys can hear me now? All right, so again, good evening, everyone. This is Joy from Flairware by KS, and I'm happy to be here tonight to share my entrepreneurial journey and my process in finding the best suppliers that help me scale my business from just scanning store aisles to growing as an importer, supplier, retailer, wholesaler, and exclusive distributor of Korean products. So my apologies that that my camera is off because I get kicked out each time I try to turn it on. So just a little bit about Flairware by KS. We are a global shopping destination. Our goal at FWxKS is to become a global shopping destination for the confident and exploring fashion, beauty, health, and lifestyle lovers that thrive on discovering new brands and trends from around the world. And now we have expanded and partnered with Korean companies, manufacturers, and brands to distribute and offer the best and innovative Korean products at competitive prices in the market. So just a little bit about me. I am a high school science educator, and I am the CEO of FWxKS. And I have scaled my business from starting with $100 selling on Amazon to being an importer, supplier, wholesaler, retailer, and exclusive distributor of some Korean products. So tonight, I again would like to share some nuggets of wisdom and helpful information for your business. So whenever I try to find the best suppliers, I always think of this statement: source the right products at the right price and the right time. So the statement on the right entails understanding your particular need and an open mind for opportunities. And the right price also depends on the market and the type of customers you serve. Some businesses would think that a certain product is highly priced or low priced depending on the perceived value of the type of customers that they have or the niche that they have. So when we say the right time, it means it could be like the trends and the holidays and overall business and trade scenario. So finding the right supplier is essential for building a successful business. I am pretty sure that everyone here, we all know that for sure. So finding good suppliers who are reliable and who meets our particular needs is one of the key of making our business successful. And reliable suppliers is an important part of providing your customers with quality products and services at competitive prices. Now, so even during the pandemic and our inability to travel, it should not hinder us from finding very good suppliers because there are so many opportunities and there are different ways of how we can communicate with them even through the distance by emails, Zoom, and WhatsApp. And that is what I have been doing. So I always have non-negotiables when I choose and find my suppliers. The very first one is that I always consider my potential suppliers' business values. And I would like for their business values to align with mine. So your business value, for example, with me, I always look for suppliers that are eco-friendly, that who cares about their customers, and they have a very fast turnaround time with regards to communication. And you should also consider the location. For example, do you want to just stay local or you want overseas? And I have been watching the other presenters, and I was so happy to hear, new information that greatly will also help me with my business and growing my business. And there's a lot that goes with overseas, buying overseas because of the way how to import, the import process works. So sometimes staying local actually helps, although that would mean that the product that you find is a little bit pricey. So when we say reliability, which is one of my non-negotiable, that means the delivery of right goods and services on time, because time is money. And when you buy something and then you wait for a few weeks or a few months, and then it comes to you and they are not the right products, that is money wasted already, and time and effort wasted at the same time. Now, stability would mean that we would want our supplier to have a very good supply chain, because the worst thing that you would want to have is that you already ordered the product and your customers are loving it, but then when you try to order, there are no stocks available, and that you have to find another supplier for the same item. Or maybe the worst thing is that you won't be able to find any supplier who can deliver the same quality of products. Now, pricing, I would say, is very subjective, because it does not mean that the price is low, that the quality is also low. Or if the price is high, that the quality is also high. So I would always use competitively priced. When I look at my products, when I search for products, I look for products that I know are competitively priced in the market, and that they are of quality. And the service with the suppliers is really top notch. So I have imported from other countries, and I just would like to highlight for tonight Korea, because this is where I really found the most success with regards to my business. So Korea, as we all know, is up and rising as a trade partner, because nowadays, on TV or Netflix, we see K-celebrities, K-pop, just a lot of Korean items, merchandise. So especially for the generation that we have now, a lot of us are really into Korean products. Now, I would say that my experience with working with Korean suppliers has been top-notch, and that is the reason why I wanted to highlight them tonight. So I did not, when I was looking for more suppliers, I did not even know that US and Korea has a free trade agreement. And the FTA, or Chorus FTA, went into effect on March 15, 2012. And what this is about, in summary, is that Korean industrial and consumer goods that enters the United States are free of duty tax. So they come here, we import them, and we don't have to pay duty. So they are duty free. We don't have to pay. We don't have to shell out extra money aside from paying for the item and for shipping the item to the US. And as I have mentioned, Korean products such as skincare, snacks, apparel, and merchandise are increasing in popularity around the world. So, so now if you're wondering, like, Joy, how did you do it? So this is just an insight to my business process and my experience. So Korean as business partners, what I particularly like about them is that everything depends on personal relationships. So it is important to spend time establishing a good working relationship and building trust with South Koreans. They don't just look at you as a customer. They are really invested to your success because your success is their success. And Koreans are very respectful. They are thoughtful, generous, knowledgeable. And as I've mentioned, they are invested in your success. That in fact, I have found my sister from another mother, my Korean sister, and I love her so much. And we have been partnering, and this is also one of the reasons why I was able to do what I am doing now with regards to my business. So when I import from Korea, I usually use the express mail service, which is low cost and very fast. It takes only like 5 to a week for my merchandise to come. So I use CMS when the items that I ordered are not that heavy, but in some cases that I am really buying in bulk, I usually take, I always choose DDP, which is the delivered duty paid, where everything is just delivered to my warehouse. And there are so many innovative products from Korea. And, you know, even if you consider the landing cost, you're still able to mark up your products because of its quality and, you know, uniqueness in the market 2 or 3 times, or, you know, again, depending on the type of customers that you have. When we say landing cost, that means that is the price that you paid for your products, and then the shipping fee. So if you would like to, you know, get started with meeting Korean suppliers and hopefully, you know, also grow your business the way I did and doing now, the first thing that you just need to do is, you know, you can open another window and just type in tradekorea.com. So tradekorea.com is operated by KITA. KITA is Korea International Trade Association, and they connect buyers to Korean suppliers. And tradekorea.com, when you look at it, you will see that it is an online marketplace for Korean companies to showcase their latest products and provide potential buyers with product information. Now, with Trade Korea, from my own experience, and this is what I really love about them, is that they do have a business matching services. And on the next slide, I am going to explain what they do, what are the services that they do that I was able to take advantage of. And all of these are for free. And I just also would like to point out that this is not a paid advertisement or anything. I just want to truly share my process, and hopefully you'll be able to replicate it and also scale your business. So once you are in Trade Korea, you'll be able to communicate with a lot of potential suppliers. So in the Trade Korea website, they do have the Global Buyer Matching Service, or the GBMS, meaning to say, once you communicate with them, you just let them know that, hey, this is the product that I am looking for. So do you have any suppliers who you can match me with? So what they do is that they will look at their vetted suppliers and look at potential suppliers that matches the qualifications or, you know, the descriptions that you're looking for. So this really greatly helped me a lot because I did not have to go through each supplier and like look for them in the internet. So basically that is just done for me for free. And with their buying offer, sometimes I would be like, hey, I am looking for some apparels. So can you send me some quotes? And that is what the buying offer is. So they will list what it is that you need, and then the suppliers would be reaching out to you and they would be introducing themselves to you. And this time, this VIB service is basically virtual buying service. And right now, just because of the pandemic, they're not really doing it. But they have been doing this before that, and they are hoping to offer this again. What this basically is that they will introduce you to the suppliers. They will also interpret for you. If you go, for example, oh, by the way, if you like, for example, you want to visit Korea and you want to go to the factory, they will be the ones who will arrange the factory visit, and even, you know, the meetups in the trade center, and just facilitate the whole buying process. And again, they will, because like, for example, with me, I'm still trying to learn Korean, but I don't speak Korean, but it has been seamless because a lot of them speaks good English, and they're very knowledgeable, and that they would also interpret for you. And when, like, for example, when you feel like you found your supplier and you really feel comfortable with them, so what I usually do is that I move my conversations with them through emails and WhatsApp, and they have been pretty much very responsive. So they're able to answer my questions right away, and just, you know, just take it from there. So because of the process that I followed, just like what I said, I was able to scale up my business. And as you can see here in this picture, in this slide, right now I am exhibiting online in the ASD online market. And you can see that I have partnered with 17 Korean companies. And for some of them, I'm able to distribute their products exclusively here in the US. And as I have scaled, I have also, you know, connected with a mentor, and that is from Score. And if you have not checked this out, for small business, the US has a lot of resources for small businesses like me. So you just go to search up small business SBA, and they would help you, you know, be connected to a mentor, or you can find a mentor from there. And, you know, again, this is for free, and these mentors have, you know, experience, and they have pretty much been very good. And I am so happy with the mentor that I have. And yeah, and he's been guiding me from, you know, from when the moment that I connected with him until now. So I think I do have a few, you know, few minutes left. So I am going to see if there are any questions in chat. And but if I'm not able to answer your questions because we don't have enough time, I would like to thank everyone for your time. And so, and let me know if you have any questions. You can contact me for more information. If you have any questions, again, with regards to finding a supplier and you would like to collaborate with me. So this is my personal number, 301-281-3593. And this is my website, flarewarebyks.com. And when you scroll down all the way to the bottom, you will see the there's a contact us or a wholesale page. And you can also email me at admin@flarewarebyks.com. And you can follow us or connect with us in Instagram and on Facebook. So let me check if there are any questions. Stop sharing. So there's a question about how do we find Korean suppliers list. So just go to the TradeKorea.com website and you should be able to find all the suppliers there. So again, thank you so much for your time and have a great night.
I believe we're the last presentation of the day. There are a multitude of soap and artisan soap makers and artisan skincare producers out there. So how do you choose? We suggest compare professionalism, expertise, and passion for the industry. And we want to share that with you today. And hang on one second here. All right, we're going to start by discussing some of the latest trends in artisan skincare. Since the start of COVID-19, consumers have been paying increased attention to personal hygiene at home, using products that are devoid of chemicals and synthetics, and this is driving the marketplace. Interest in aromatherapy and essential oils has increased 30% worldwide. It's really exponentially growing. Since artisan skincare heavily employs the use of essential oils, it has further fed the demand for these products. And this is very evident in the types of products that hotels and resorts are offering to their clientele. Common everyday brands have given way to the botanically based, and there really is a huge impetus in this area. Another segment that is rapidly growing is the male skincare, male grooming trend, based in organic ingredients, essential oils, and botanicals as well. It's really exploding. And last but not least, consumers are making their preferences known not only for natural skincare, but clean, recyclable, and biodegradable packaging. The market demand for goat milk is something I'd like to share with people. If you haven't heard of goat milk soap, it is one of the fastest up and coming products on the market. The global goat milk market is expected to grow by 3.3% through 2026, not only because of its use in skincare products, but also the consumption of raw milk is becoming more popular as people are trying to get back to nature, back to holistically dense food sources, and goat milk is one of those. On the consumption side, it is the smaller molecular size of the goat milk fat molecule that makes it easier to digest, and therefore it's ideal for people who have lactose intolerance. And it's also the preferred milk for babies who cannot take formula or have difficulty with breast milk. It's actually closer to breast milk than any other type of milk. So this is driving a demand for goat milk as well. It's increasing in popularity in the natural skincare industry. The natural neutral pH is preferred for lotions and soaps and creams and cleansers. Milk has been a beauty ingredient for thousands of years. Lipoproteins, the antioxidant lutein, and skin-friendly enzymes are part of the reason, because they help to remove the sebum and oily skin ingredients. Milk also lightens age spots and dark patches and soothes red, irritated skin, including sunburn. The butterfat or cream content in goat milk soap, or in goat milk, I should say, varies among goat breeds. Some have 2 to 4%, others have 5 to 6%. The particular breed of goat that we raise, which is the Nigerian dwarf, start at 6% and go all the way to 10. That huge difference in goat milk, or in the fat of the goat milk, is one of the factors that contributes to its moisturizing and conditioning content. And it really does help support the barrier function of the skin. If the barrier function of your skin is healthy, then you're able to resist various and assorted skin conditions like eczema and psoriasis. You make it harder for them to get a hold. The barrier function is something that we study as aromatherapists in skin anatomy and function. So it's an area that we've done quite a bit of research in, and it's come into play with the products that we have produced. How did we begin? Well, I had a career in the cosmetic chemical industry. I made skincare products for my own family for years, and personally avoiding the egregious ingredients that were common in the industry. My husband had a skin condition that dermatologists were unable to help. Various prescriptions, steroids, nothing really seemed to do much for him. His fingers would crack and peel and bleed, and the condition might subside for a little bit with the prescriptions, but then it would always return. So it was very frustrating for him. We had moved to the country, had gotten goats for personal enjoyment, and I knew of the value of milk in a skincare product, and I wanted to try the goat milk. So I made soap and various other products. Long story short, we cleared his condition. We completely healed his hands and various other problems. So we decided to research it a little bit further. We looked into the goat milk soap market and the trends at the time. And this was back in 2010, 2011. And we decided to test the market. We have had major success in a very short period of time. We pursued professional certifications, which we'll talk about here shortly. And we provide transparency to customers. We have a 100% money back guarantee. We are the most professionally certified and award-winning goat milk soap on the market today. And let us show you why. First of all, we are professional aromatherapists. We're certified in aromatherapy, which is the study of essential oils. We are professional members of the National Association of Holistic Aromatherapy, or NAHA. NAHA has elevated the academic standards in the aromatherapy industry, as well as having established these standards for professional designation of being a certified aromatherapist. What does that mean? There's level 1, level 2, level 3. Level 1 is basic, level 2 is professional, level 3 is medical. We're level 2. Advanced certification means we have spent over 200 hours of essential oil training, plus continuing education classes yearly. Honey Sweetie Acres is dedicated to the use of premium essential oils in a variety of products. We strive to educate our customers and assist in their understanding of the safe and effective application of aromatherapy in their own lives and families and through the products that they use. We have advanced skin safety certification from the Tisserand Institute, an organization dedicated to continued research and scientific findings in the field, specifically of essential oils. Next, we have certification in soap making from the Handcrafted Soap and Cosmetic Guild. This is a group that helps makers refine and network with other professionals in the soap making industry. Just because it's handcrafted, you want to know that it is made properly and safely. So we have passed the strenuous certifications and the soap evaluations, where they actually take your soap and examine it and test it. And we did this back in 2014. Certification is not required in the soap making industry, but we feel it is essential if you're going to be offering products for personal use. Real milk versus powdered milk. The benefits of real milk really outweigh those of powdered, and the majority of soap goat milk soap manufacturers use powder. Why? Because it's easier than owning a goat. We actually own about 20 to 30. And we'll talk more about that later. But we're firm believers in the power and the benefits of real goat milk. And we don't use a powder in any formulation that we have. Real goat milk contains vitamins A, B, D, and E, skin-friendly enzymes, lipoproteins, natural alpha hydroxy acid, and a very high percentage of skin-nourishing butterfat. Used either fresh or frozen, real milk is the carrier for the reagent sodium hydroxide, which creates soap. We won't get into a chemistry lesson here, but that's the basic process. The milk carries the reagent. Now, powdered milk starts as a liquid on the farm and is transported to a creamery. It's then put in a holding tank before moving into an evaporator with a vacuum on it to lower the boiling point to about 135 degrees. Now, as we all know, heat destroys nutrients. So this milk is then moved into a pasteurizer at 175 degrees. And then the evaporated condensed milk is then standardized by removing the butterfat. And it's put into a drying tower, and the condensed milk is sprayed into a swirling 400-degree funnel. And this air helps dry it and convert it into a powder. Lecithin is then sprayed on the milk particles to help them dissolve better in water. So additives are added in, such as where they put vitamins back in, or minerals and lactose, as well as other compounds to prevent caking, etc. So there's too much processing in powdered milk, and we're trying to stay as close to nature as possible. So we use real, raw goat milk from our animals, and our animals are tested for health every year. We undergo brucellosis, TB testing with the herd, and the milk is checked and passed as well. Because we do own real goats and we do use real milk, it became important to become certified humane. A yearly farm inspection regarding the daily care of our animals is conducted every year. Milking and sanitation procedures are examined, recorded, and we actually have traceability from the source of the milk all the way to the finished product. These are hallmarks of the Certified Humane program. We voluntarily participate. If for any reason we would have to get milk from another source, they would have to be certified humane under our umbrella as well. This is important to our consumers, or to the consumers of our product, is to know that the animals are properly cared for, that there is no abuse, that they are not caged, that they live in good conditions or are able to engage in natural behaviors. So the Certified Humane designation is very important to our consumers, and we're proud to have achieved it. Next, Honey Sweetie Acres has EWG certification. EWG stands for Environmental Working Group. Their mission is to empower consumers with product research so that they may make informed choices and live a healthy life in a healthy environment. Nationally, there are only 67 bar soaps which have earned the EWG verified mark. To date, 6 of those verified soaps carry the Honey Sweetie Acres name. The base recipe for those soaps is used in the entire Honey Sweetie Acres line. Verification is a long process requiring the submission of extensive documentation and fees for analysis. Honey Sweetie Acres continues to seek verification on additional soap as time and funds permit. Calendula soap was our most recent submission, and we're awaiting approval on that. So very few soap making companies carry the EWG verified mark. Leaping Bunny certification applies to cosmetic, personal care, and household cleaning products whose suppliers do not engage in animal testing at any stage of product development. So the companies that we use to obtain the raw materials for all of our soaps, our lotions, all of our skincare products, they have all taken a pledge to not engage in animal testing. And this is verified by Leaping Bunny, by the organization themselves. They We provide a list, they contact each of them and verify that they do not engage in animal testing. And only after that process has been completed do we receive the Leaping Bunny certification. Now, I've seen on many soaps, people will put a bunny and say cruelty-free and different types of logos and clip art, but this is the professional symbol of internationally recognized symbol of cruelty-free in terms of products and ingredients used in the products. Honey Sweetie Acres is also BBB certified, Better Business Bureau. We have been since 2017. And recently we were notified that we are a finalist for the Torch Awards for Business Ethics. Winners will be announced on October 21st, but we are very pleased to have reached the finalist stage. And we think it speaks well to our professionalism, our transparency, our guarantees, and our customer satisfaction and customer service. Certified sustainable palm oil. This is something that it revolves more around the sustainability of the products that are used in the production of goat milk soap. Palm oil is an ingredient that has come under scrutiny in recent years due to fears of contributing to deforestation of rainforests, displacement of the native animals such as orangutans and elephants, and contributing to the abuse of the indigenous populations. Some radical environmental groups have called for a palm oil boycott, but experts state that this is short-sighted. Simply boycotting products containing palm oil or any other commodity linked to deforestation will not stop the destruction. Both palm oil producers and manufacturers want to be part of the solution now. That's why companies large and small are beginning to proclaim their palm oil sources. So we support responsibly sourced palm oil supply chain. That's what RSPO stands for. At present, 19% of all palm oil produced is certified sustainable, meaning the supply chain can be traced back to the actual plantation where it was grown. There is no deforestation or exploitation of farm workers, communities, or small-scale growers. In fact, they're assisted, encouraged, and to produce and certify their oils as part of a growing family-owned business and supporting their own community. We're proud to join the ranks of Hershey's, General Mills, Kraft, Heinz, Mars, and Unilever, whose palm oil use is 95 to 100% traceable back to its organic source. This is the only type of palm oil that we use or ever will use. Environmental concerns. Consumers are becoming much more aware of this, and we take concern for the environment seriously in our business, and it's increasingly figuring into our decisions. We try and give thought to the carbon footprint, use less egregious packaging materials, and at least make an overall effort to improve. In our packing, for example, we use starch-based peanuts that dissolve under running water. We use biolefin, which is a food-safe film, for wrapping soap instead of plastic shrink wrap. This film is 100% biodegradable and does not damage landfills. In addition, any plastic packaging that we use is at minimum recyclable, but hopefully also biodegradable if we can obtain it. We have reused and repurposed high-density polyethylene for making soap molds. HDPE is immune to deterioration and naturally inhibits the growth of specific organisms. It can be recycled into a myriad of uses. When we built the Honey Sweetie Acres production facility, 2x4s were repurposed, drywall was reused, electric boxes and outlets were all repurposed, old pharmacy metal shelving was refurbished and reused, and over 50 commercial filing cabinets were refurbished and configured to store cured soap. We always have an eye out for can it be reused efficiently. Honey Sweetie Acres has also garnished numerous regional, national, and international awards, competing against other brands, provides transparency for our customers. We're a two-time winner of the Global Health Practitioners Holistic Health Awards in 2018 and 2019. One of our proudest accomplishments is a finalist in Canada's 2020 CertClean Awards. CertClean celebrates the best performing beauty care products made without harmful ingredients. We were top 10 out of 1,600 entries from 140 countries. Not only has our products garnered an award, but so have our goats as well. We have the 2017 Junior National Champion Nigerian Dwarf Go, and as you can see here, a list of other awards that the goats have garnished. We don't know of any other goat milk soap producer who can claim Herd's awards such as ours. Our customers enjoy soap made from animals who have achieved national champion status, but it's a dedication to strong pedigrees, healthy family lines, correct structure, and impeccable nutrition. That's part of the reasons for our success. Contributing to the improvement of the Nigerian dwarf goat breed is a responsibility that we don't take lightly. So real goats, real milk, real fun. That is our motto. We invite you to be part of the fun at Honey Sweetie Acres. Subscribe to our bi-monthly newsletter. Follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter to enjoy happy goat antics along with our premium skincare. As far as contacting us, my name is Regina. Again, you can reach me at my email, regina@honeysweetieacres.com, by phone, or you can visit our website. If you're interested in wholesale, we do have a wholesale portal that you can log into. And if it's white label, please contact us by email and we'll be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you for the time tonight. And we look forward to answering your need for goat milk soap.